36th World Congress on Disaster Management. Yesterday it was a wonderful day for all of us. And then the evening was even more beautiful when our stranded labor colleagues, they were excavated out of the tunnel at Silkyara, Uttarkashi. What a day for us. I believe it was a kind of prophetic and pious day for us. Wish that we would have started day before yesterday. They would have come out day before yesterday. The team from NDRF, SDRF, we welcome the commandant. Sir, hats off to you and your team. Ladies and gentlemen, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the second day of this wonderfully organized Congress. I take this as a matter of personal privilege and opportunity to extend a very warm welcome to Dr. N. Ravi Shankar, the former Chief Secretary of the state of Uttarakhand. Gentlemen, he was involved since inception in the formation of the administrative setup of this state. Former Principal Secretary Higher Education, and then finally rose up to the level of the Chief Secretary of State. Sir, on behalf of the organizing committee, on behalf of Graphic Fraternity, on behalf of WCDM, we extend a very warm welcome to you. A similar welcome to all learned fraternity colleagues on the dais and off the dais. We wish you a wonderful plenary session. Thank you.
A very warm good morning to one and all present here, and welcome in today's plenary session, theme of which is eco-disaster and risk reduction. I feel privileged to introduce the dignitaries and the resource person on dais. We have Dr. Madhav V. Karki, advisor to the Prime Minister of Nepal and member Environmental Protection and Climate Change Management National Council, Nepal. We also have Dr. N. Ravi Shankar, former Chief Secretary, Uttarakhand, and Chancellor DIT University. Both are the chairperson for the plenary session. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with huge round of applause. Next, we have Professor P.K. Joshi, School of Environmental Science and Special Center for Disaster Research, JNU, New Delhi, as co-chair of this session, and Mr. Ravi Singh, Secretary General and CEO, WWF India, as keynote speaker. We have 6, even 7 panelists on dais. Dr. Matthew from University of Plymouth, UK. Dr. Hammam from Cameroon. Dr. Harish Bhoguna, DDG, Geological Survey of India. Dr. Ritesh Kumar, Director, International South Asia. I think he's not present, I'm sorry. Dr. Priya Narayan from Urban Development, WRI. Dr. Zain from Kenya Forest Research Institute. He's also not there, sorry. And Mr. Kirtiman Avasi, advisor, Indo-German Biodiversity Program. Sir, ma'am, we are pleased to have you on stage. Now I am hand over the session to our chairperson. Sir, please, chair the session.
Distinguished fellow chair and distinguished fellow 2 co-chairs, distinguished panelists, and I'm very happy that there are so many very enthused and energized students. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning, namaskar to you, all of you. My name is Madhav Karki, I'm already introduced. I'm also associated with IP Base as a MEP member, expert panel member, and also UNEP. I am the chapter lead for the UNEP's next Global Environment Outlook, GEO7. I'm honored and privileged for the opportunity given by the organizers. Friends and colleagues, dear friends and colleagues, year 2023, the scientists have termed it as the year of disaster. We had disaster all over the world, but notably in the Himalayas. In this very region, there was flood and landslide disaster which caused equivalent to $5 to $7 billion economic cost. The IPCC scientists, through their AR6 synthesis report, has given final warning to the global community that if you breach 1.5 degrees Celsius, then catastrophic climate change will happen. And the recent WMO report has said it is very likely, 66% probability that we will breach this 1.5 degrees Celsius in next 5 years. And there is a 100% probability, according to the IPCC, that we will breach in next 10 years. So the situation is very grave. UN Secretary General calls it the era of global warming is over. The era of global boiling has started. So indeed, we are in a very, I would say, opportune moment to discuss about the theme of today's panel discussion, Eco-DRR, ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction. The concept of Eco-DRR is that by managing ecosystems and biodiversity, we can reduce disaster and we can promote resilience and also achieve sustainable development goals. So I'm very fortunate that I'm amongst the experts in this area. We hope we will have very stimulating and productive session for all of you. I would like to now start the session by handing over to my fellow chair to say his opening remarks.
Thank you, sir. Distinguished chair, co-chair, and panelists, it's a privilege for me to be on this dais with all of you. I bring only some sort of administrative experience to the expert group. Sorry. The news of yesterday evening has been most heartening, which gives the message that human element, wherever we are able to coordinate with one another, we can achieve a lot of success. Man and machine have to coexist. The fact that the auger machines were in use and rat miners had to go for the last mile gives us that message. Along with high tech, there has to be high touch. That's what is the thing. Now, coming to this whole theme of Eco-DRR, we have to understand that with development, there is a certain element of, I would say, impairment of the environment. I mean, that's a sort of a given. When we make roads, when we make tunnels, when we create hydroelectric projects, and being in a Himalayan state like Uttarakhand, these are this. Since I belong to this particular region of the thing for my administrative career, so I am acquainted with all the problems. Now comes the issue of how to mitigate the risk. I think that is where the challenge lies in. The government of Uttarakhand had created a disaster management department early in its formation, and we have gone about with it. Each incident is a learning curve, and the latest one is something which involves multifarious agencies. I'm sure there are experts are here who will be able to take us through what is to be done, but the essence of what Chair Dr. Karki mentioned is that there are some markers which we need to be aware of. I now hand it over to the co-chair, Professor Joshi.
Yeah. So according to our program and just to manage our time based, I will request the two distinguished co-chairs to provide the summary of the panel discussion. So without further ado, we are very fortunate to have Mr. Ravi Singh, the Secretary General of WWF of India, to give us a keynote speech. And as he said, his motto is to work for others to make a better future. So, floor is yours, Mr. Ravi Singh.
My namaskar to everyone, especially to the distinguished members on the dais, Dr. N. Ravi Shankar, Professor P.K. Joshi, and Shri Madhav Karki. I'm not entirely sure how long can one talk on this particular aspect. I'm not entirely sure the extent to which we can take decisions based on what we see. I think globally, and particularly in my country, in India, there has been a huge provision and discussion, papers, and understanding on issues like the National Disaster Management, which led to a plan in 2019. There have been mechanisms brought in to implement various mitigants to what we see as part of our life, and sometimes our the occurrences that seem to be coming with regularity to us. The disaster management plan in 2019 actually provided a mechanism to implement ecosystem-based disaster reduction in river basins, mountains, and coastlines. I think the geographic and geological specificity of this is something that I would like to highlight. And it is this urgent need to implement by integrating some of the approaches that we have. On the other hand, to a larger agreement, the Sendai framework for disaster risk management provides member states with concrete actions to protect development gains from what we see as a risk of disaster. My organization, WWF globally, and in India as WWF India, we have some understanding. We can't say we have an entire understanding, but we have some understanding of the ecological changes that are coming and are evident to us. Some years ago, we were not permitted to talk about severe or extreme weather events to connect them to climate change. The reason was, if you recall some of the discussions that were happening 15 years ago, that scientifically it was difficult to match the two. Today, the regularity of these extreme events, incidents, is actually pointing to a certain index, very similar to, if you study zoonotic diseases, is that the regular occurrences of these issues is actually forming the way we should try and understand our future and to mitigate against all the issues that come ahead of us. And it is in this regard that we see increasing degradation of our ecosystems, the following declining living planet index, and issues relating to aspects such as the pandemic. WWF publishes a living planet index every 2 years, which we have been studying and publishing since the mid-60s. The populations of wildlife, fish, birds, mammals, amphibians, and reptiles over this period of time have fallen by an average of 69%, well, in less than 50 years. The Freshwater Living Planet Index shows that our freshwater biodiversity is declining faster than what is happening in the oceans or forests, with a record 83% decline in freshwater species in the period of indexing, which is 1970 to 2018, which basically means an equivalent of 4% decline per year since 1970. Some of these are not necessarily related to aspects of natural disasters. Some of these are not related to some of the subjects that we are enjoined with and discussing. But if you take a larger view of it, this is part of what is happening. And this establishes the report that, which is the latest one, establishes, the report was in 2022. It establishes and confirms that the planet is in the midst of a global emergency. The interlinked emergencies of climate change and loss of biodiversity hold the key to our actions. We must stop treating these emergencies as two separate issues because neither can be dealt with effectively. Now, this is the basis of what I'd like to talk about. That what we are dealing with is a much larger issue. Some of it is, there's a line that says that perhaps it's out of our control, but we believe, and we believe together with a large number of organizations across the world, that positively we can make a difference, we can contribute, we can make a change to some of the indexes that we see. Nature is essential to regulating climate change and reducing disaster risk, providing food, water, and other vital resources, and avoiding the emergence and spread of diseases. Nature, as we see it, is also a source of solutions. And therefore, one aspect I'd like to talk about is that the nature should be seen as an ally for disaster risk reduction and climate resilience. These aspects, the power of nature for enhancing our planet's resilience, is recognized by the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, the Sendai Framework on Disaster Risk Management, as well as the UN Convention to Combat Desertification, the Convention on Biodiversity, the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands. Now, all these commitments are enjoining us to look at our planet in a particular way. We now need to translate these commitments into action. Well-managed ecosystems, such as wetlands, forests, and coastal ecosystems, act as natural infrastructure, reducing physical exposure in many hazards and increasing the socio-dynamic resilience of people and communities by sustainable local livelihoods. Some of these issues we have seen, these examples. The bulwark of mangroves on our coastal areas, in the Sundarbans, the protection by these ecosystems to prevent induction of both the cyclonic effects, as well as salination into some of our coastal areas. And these are well-known aspects. And these, in a way, contribute to some of the issues that we can easily form through public action, through government action as bulwarks to prevent some of the disasters from taking place. Ecosystem disaster-related can be combined with hard infrastructure approaches and actually looking at aspects such as dikes and approaches for what I have earlier mentioned. There are some suggestions I have in this regard, that disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation could make optimal use of the services provided by ecosystems. While this ecosystem management approach has been reflected in all relevant global frameworks, The translation of such commitments to national and local levels faces institutional and other barriers. These are not difficult to overcome. It leads from the fact that we need to have better understanding, better knowledge, and also understanding of use of existing ecosystems to come up with relating solutions for those very regions. Mainstream ecosystem-based adaptation in national and local disaster management strategies as a key means to enhance coherence across international frameworks and agendas, in particular, ensure integrated implementation of disaster risk management and climate adaptation. These are complex terms, these are complex aspects. To simplify, basically, most of these issues are known. We could take up each aspect of these either locally or institutionally or even through community action. And one of the aspects I would like to emphasize is that given what we are seeing around us, and some of us are very close to aspects or incidents that have happened recently. Himachal Pradesh, the inundation, rainfall, the issues of what we faced in Sikkim, the current events in Uttarakhand, and several such, if we were to look at this in a whole gap, I think it's important that every institution that is working today, not just the government institutions, but also institutions like mine, must have and must embed issues relating to disaster risk management in the work and in the geographies where we are implementing or where we interact with state governments and with communities. Because sometimes it is very, very difficult to respond within the period of 24 and 48 hours without having the wherewithal or the rehearsals or the discipline to be able to respond when these kind of aspects happen. And there are long-term issues that take place. I'll take one example. My organization works in the Sundarbans, and we have been integrating our work in that area for over 30 years, perhaps even more in specificity. When we see the after effects of cyclones, it is not just the fact that there has been immediate destruction. There is saline water induction deep into the areas which affect the rice growing capability of those areas. Agriculture is affected, families are affected, land ownership is affected, and it leads to a certain amount of social stratification, which takes generations thereafter to rectify. Some of these issues are resolved through several interactions. For instance, the introduction of saline water resistance rice, which sometimes can give the economic bulwark to communities and villages for a period of 2 to 3, maybe more years, and be able to help before the long-term impacts of government and agriculture departments of the relative states come into being. These are very, very difficult things to understand from places which we are not directly interacting with. The work that we see sometimes of the agencies involved in defending our borders, in constructing access to areas which are inaccessible, and the kind of risks that they undertake and the kind of effects that they have. I think looking at it closely, and some of these I have been involved with through the Ministry of Environment and Forests, I think the last 15 years of capacity development and of understanding these issues have really made a big difference. So there is forward movement, there is interaction, there are issues relating to many aspects, not just wildlife, nature, water, but also issues like agriculture and coastal management. And I think this is the approach that I'm taking on, which is that should be a whole of society approach. It should not be just specific to one particular aspect, university, division, department, or area of government. There is a business case of ecosystem conservation. And this is that let us find all the stakeholders that are involved and connect them and their ambitions across the landscapes. And here, I think there should be and there will be a bridge to towards business and corporate sector as well, because resilience leads to sustainability, leads to sustainable businesses. And a lot of the downstream effects of this affects both the economy of the country as well as the way we are going to shape ourselves going for the future. And understanding this, building internal capacities, interacting with organizations such as the CII and FICCI, and to discuss aspects which they're already doing this to a large extent, in the extent of the water sector, the resilience of the water sector, the over-dependence of it in certain cases, and making an understanding of business and strategy cases based on issues such as river basin systems, that there should not be over-extraction and management of population of pollution in some of these areas, rather than looking at it in specific aspects of a water basin. And again, this issue of a whole of society, a whole of landscape approach, a need for more integrated cross-central landscapes at international, regional, and national levels. And therefore, there needs to be a paradigm shift required towards integrated solutions where biodiversity conservation and ecosystem services are incentivized and enhanced through sectoral policies and investments. I think many of us, and I think organizations such as WRI as well, others who are represented here, ECMOD, have also talked about issues of ecosystem services approach to many of these aspects. And therefore, a greater understanding of this, a greater discussion around these issues needs to be done, is being done to some extent, and I think we need to bring a few solutions to board at this point of time. I'll give you a solution attempted not so far away from where we are, to be able to revive the dead tributary of the Ganga by creating certain solutions for both the irrigation department as well as the agriculturists and kashkars who are using that area, and to revive this river, leading to a better management of water tables in that area, and as well as a great pride in the fact that we have revived something that was probably lying dead for 100 years or so. These issues, small aspects, could be taken on in different parts of India as being looked at in several aspects by different organizations. My organization is working in a series of cascading lakes in Karnataka near Bangalore in a place called Bashithalli, where revival of wetlands through a systematic understanding of the flows and seeing what are the flows that need to be stopped, what are to be gained, and what is the downward aspect that will benefit all the communities and villages on it, ultimately increasing the catchment and the flow into the Kaveri. You hear a lot about this with regard to Bangalore by itself, about the wetlands and the lakes that are polluted and stopped, etc. That is one aspect. There's a smaller aspect to it. But the actual flow, which needs to be revived, can be done and entirely sometimes by village panchayat and citizen action. And this is a proven area. Maybe it's a small example, but there are several such examples can be taken on all through. There's a need for reformulation and paradigm shift from single hazard and single sector perspective to a multi-hazard, multi-sectoral and systemic risk perspective. I think I've spoken a bit about this, and I'd say that this twin-tact resilience strategy can be built on knowledge, can be built on warning systems, science, and also practical knowledge. My request to all of you in your own way is to look at knowledge and capacity building. Because wherever we go to look at this, wherever we look at synthesizing some of the knowledge to action, we are finding a gap both in capacities for issues like climate adaptation, not in the practical use by local communities, but to make the connect between what should be policy and what should be implementation on a larger scale. So this aspect of development is important, and I think capacity building is something that organizations where we are standing today are actually conducting. I would bring about the issue of reducing agricultural vulnerability of agricultural communities in different parts of India by deploying agri-tech tools to help them alert on weather vulnerabilities and improving economic resilience. Sometimes simple application of apps which are able to show the areas where water may be accumulated, even looking at maps of single fields, agricultural fields, to see where water could be extracted or what leveling could be done to improve production. These things are available today. It's science that's available. It's available through Government of India's agencies and can be applied all across India. And these make a huge difference to the confidence of the agriculturist and those who work in these areas. And some of these things we have seen ourselves. I've had examples from Jalna in Maharashtra, Chhindwara in Madhya Pradesh, Aurangabad in Maharashtra again, and some other parts of Gujarat near Nal Sarovar, and one or two areas, others that I could show. But these are examples that we could have, which are not necessarily only related to the areas we are close to here, which are the mountainous areas and the Himalayas of India. Sometimes where we stand makes a difference of our understanding. In Delhi, it is very difficult to sometimes make people understand the challenges of coastal systems and marine systems. Very difficult in other parts of India far removed to make people understand the issues and challenges of the Himalayas and areas such as Sikkim. And these are issues that are important. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a lot to say. I can talk a lot on this. I would remind you of many incidents. Maybe I'll take one example. It is documented by explorers of the Himalayas. I'm part of one such institutions, who looked at the Sikkim Himalaya, and they found and documented one stream that went in something close to less than 10 miles, coming vertically from near Arctic conditions to tropical conditions. In less than 10 miles. What it means to an ecologist, what it means to a person who is a conservationist, person who cares for India, is that these kind of ecosystems are very difficult to see and replicate. There are colleagues, there are guests here from Africa, from Kenya, from Cameroon. They know they understand and come from this kind of a cultural heritage. Now, we have to stand that we do not lose these things, that we don't lose them right up there and don't lose them downstream. Because these cannot be replicated anywhere in the world, are unique, and are actually national and international monuments to this great planet. Thank you. I hope I could talk a bit about what really is committed to me. I would just say that some of these issues that we discuss here today, let us take them into action. Let us take personal responsibilities and commitments, what we could take ahead as individuals, as members of institutions, as leaders. And on issues such as, which are difficult to work on, wetlands, high altitude wetlands, on areas of on the coastal aspects and mangroves and all. Wherever my organization can take this on, we'll take the commitment. Wherever we can work with partners, we can take that on separately. Thank you. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. You have rightly highlighted that our nature is in decline. And the experts have said, if you want to fight the climate change, nature has to be conserved, preserved, restored. But our nature is currently declining. Therefore, he has rightly pointed out that it is affecting the purpose of Eco-DRR. The purpose of Eco-DRR is buffering the nature's capacity to fight climate change, supplying ecosystem services, and also improving its supporting services. So he has also pointed out a way forward. I think that he has pointed out that we have to restore degraded ecosystem, degraded nature, degraded river system, and we have to mainstream DRR into our main policies. We have to implement in a collaborative manner. We have to work together, and we have to work harder. And I think he has also pointed out that we have to also do advocacy, and his organization, WWF, is an excellent example. Without further ado, now I would like to call upon our speakers, and I would like to request our speakers to limit their presentation within 7 to 10 minutes so that we could have some time for Q&A. I would like to apologize to one of our speakers who will be providing her speech through video, that her video will be played last. So first, let me call upon Dr. Matthew Westboy. I hope, and he comes from University of Plymouth, and he is a geomorphologist by training. Matthew, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Whilst we wait for the slides to appear, thanks to the chair and co-chairs, and thank you to the conference organizers, WCDM, for inviting me to come here. It's my first time in India, and it's been really enjoyable so far. Thanks also, as I mentioned here, to my collaborators who've contributed to some of the work and ideas that I'll present in this hopefully fairly short presentation this morning. As I was introduced, I'm a geographer, a physical geographer by training. I'm a geomorphologist, which means I'm interested in how landscapes and landforms are created and modified. And I work primarily in high mountain landscapes, including the Himalaya. And when I was putting these slides together, I was trying to reflect on how I can communicate or talk about what I do through the lens of Eco-DRR, which isn't a concept, I must admit, I was too familiar with initially, but the more I researched it, I realized that actually there are a few things that I could probably talk about and expand on through that lens. So in preparing the talk, I decided that actually this title originally that I came up with probably wasn't appropriate, and that this one, how can Eco-DRR concepts be applied to sudden sediment-laden floods in mountain regions, might be slightly more appropriate. And these are the phenomena that I work on. And Dr. Kristen Cook yesterday provided a great introduction, so I'm not going to repeat that content, only to say in the first couple of slides that, and it will come as no surprise to many of you, that these high altitude, steep, high energy landscapes produce very violent, cataclysmic or catastrophic events, and in doing so deliver vast quantities of sediment from hillsides where it's stored down to the valley floor where communities and people and infrastructure and habitats and ecosystems coexist. This slide, this photograph here is from the Kedarnath, or post following the Kedarnath disaster in 2013, and in the foreground you can see vast boulders and a huge sediment drape affecting the town. Similarly, and also in this state here, further north in the Dali-Ganga catchment, which was affected by the Chamoli disaster in early February 2021, we see through this photograph taken by a colleague from the Wadir Institute for Himalayan Geology here in Dehradun. This is the valley floor in the days immediately following the flood. What we can see is that the river is still there, but it's had to carve its way through these new flood deposits, and many of those you can see here. If you can see my cursor, on the valley side, slightly above the river, is a new sediment drape. And this is material which, until a few days previously, had been perched on the hillsides fairly happily. Now it's in the valley floor, and the river system, the fluvial system, is going to try and evacuate that sediment. And it's generally fairly effective at doing this, and this has implications downstream for the management of water and sediment and ecosystems. So what kind of Eco-DRR concepts might be applied or relevant or applicable for mitigating or understanding the impacts of these disasters? Well, here's a few. I'm not going to talk in detail about all of them. I don't have enough time. But certain ecosystem services, holistic sediment management and water management, followed by community involvement, explaining to people and decision makers why these things are relevant. Certainly from a recovery perspective, and that's something that I'm quite interested in, is not just mitigating the initial short, sharp shock of a landslide or an avalanche or an outburst flood, but actually considering what happens in the years or decades following these big disturbances to these systems. And that's something that I think, in my opinion, has not been investigated in nearly as much detail as we need to. So a longer-term perspective is important. Some examples then, I suppose, if we're thinking about events which deliver vast quantities of material to valley floors, then land use planning and considering the role of ecosystem services becomes important. Afforestation, the restoration of these ecosystem services through the planting of trees and careful land management is important, certainly in the foothills and middle Himalaya, where we have heavily forested slopes, which can perhaps be useful for mitigating slope instability and the long-term delivery of sediment to the valley floors, and landslides, which deliver sediment very quickly. Fine sediment is really important. It's important for sustaining ecosystems. It's very important for nourishing floodplains much further downstream in these catchments. Immediately after the 2021 Chamoli disaster here in Uttarakhand, about 24 hours later, these kinds of stories were emerging on the news. And bear in mind that New Delhi is hundreds of kilometers away from the source of this flood. But elevated suspended sediment yields in the canals which serve Delhi and the agricultural land surrounding it, there was a lot of disruption, and water treatment plants were overwhelmed. Because this elevated sediment load following this disaster was something which hadn't been considered adequately by practitioners, hydrologists, and water management professionals. If we look slightly further upstream on the same river, we see that post-disaster, these fine sediment loads were elevated quite markedly. And don't concern yourselves too much with the content of the graphs or trying to understand it, but the take-home message here is that we're seeing in the years following the disaster, the sediment yields in these rivers rise earlier. They always are elevated during the monsoon, that's normal, but what we're seeing is that because there's more sediment in the systems, it's being accessed by rivers, spring flow rivers and snowmelt rivers, snowmelt-driven flows and such. And so we're seeing an earlier increase in sediment loads. We're seeing higher sediment loads through the monsoon. and it persists for a longer time each year. And this is important, not least because fine sediment can be a vector of contamination. Contaminants adhere fairly effectively to small particle sizes. And this also has implications, obviously, for water quality, where people rely on this water for drinking, sanitation, irrigation, and all of these types of things. But something that's perhaps not considered. If we think of coarser sediments, so large cobbles and gravels, which you see certainly higher up in the systems here in the Himalaya, we find that after floods, extreme floods high up in the catchments have come through, these systems are actually fairly efficient because of their steepness and the amount of water that flows through them on an annual basis. They're quite efficient at flushing this sediment and moving it downstream fairly quickly. So these deposits, and what I'm showing here on this animation is as the screen turns progressively red, what you're seeing in the center of this river channel is the sediment being removed over the course of around a year following this flood high up in the Dhauli Ganga. And these can cause secondary hazards further downstream. What's also relevant is that coarse sediment forms much of the substrate for our mountain rivers and further down in the systems. And that substrate is crucial for spawning fish and habitats within rivers. It's also hazardous. Coarse sediment, which we, as fluvial geomorphologists, we call it bed load, sediment that rolls and bounces along the bottom of a river. That's the main driver of geomorphological change. So change, and by that I mean how a river changes its form and shape and the path which it takes through the landscape over time. When you overload a system with lots of sediment, you can disturb that natural equilibrium really quite suddenly. This photograph on the right-hand side is a picture from the UK, where I'm from, and it's an example of a very old bridge which has been destabilized and ultimately collapsed because of a perturbation, a sudden change in the sediment flow in that river, which has caused riverbank instability, with the upshot being that the bridge has ultimately become unstable. Here in the Himalaya, hydropower is expanding rapidly, and that's been reflected on and mentioned a few times already at this event. This is the Tapavan hydropower facility, which was very heavily damaged higher up in the Dhauli Ganga catchment, just upstream of Joshimath. And you'll see that lots of sediment is there, it's residual, it exists on what remains of the barrage, which is now 2 years later, mostly repaired. But managing hydropower and sediment and water in the context of the water, food, energy nexus, certainly post-disaster, is very important. Just to conclude, cutting across all of this is cross-sector collaboration. So in terms of understanding sediment, just as a single example, we need to engage with scientists, hydropower operators, disaster management practitioners as well, in order to identify and mitigate the worst effects of some of these disasters. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Bestovi, for a very clear presentation. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Haman Unuswa for your presentation. Since Dr. Haman has to upload his presentation, we would like to request next speaker, Dr. Ritesh, if he is in the hall, I would like to call upon him. It seems Dr. Ritesh is not here. So I would like to call upon next speaker, Dr. Priya Narayan, Senior Manager, Urban Development, WCDM India. Priya, floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. So the presenter before me talked a fair bit on the geomorphology and the context for what I'm going to jump deeper into. So ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction and strengthening climate action and disaster resilience, that's the theme for the session. And just moving quickly, I have a bunch of slides, but I'll run through them. So the impact of climate change in India itself. So these statistics are alarming, everybody knows it. India is the third most disaster-prone country in the world, 2% of GDP loss due to natural disaster alone. And almost 160 million people of India would be water stressed by 2030. So these are some alarming statistics, and this is across India, not specific to any state. And what are we doing? The cost of inaction is on infrastructure, health, lives, livelihoods, and there are majority of examples through the course of this year where our infrastructure damage has been humongous on our economy. And then there's health, lives, and livelihoods. But there's one thing that I want to bring, and I want to highlight to really the younger generation. We are sitting in a university, that there is vast opportunity because 75% of India's infrastructure is yet to be built. I mean, by the 2050 infrastructure, we are still building on it. So there's great potential to make it, disaster resilient. And there are brilliant examples across India. So one big example, which is a city example, which I would still want to highlight here, is Kolkata wetlands. So it's a natural kind of a ecosystem buffer, which mitigates the disaster and which also provides all the services that our speakers before mentioned about, all the ecosystem services. And on the economy, it pinches less on the economy because of having a wetland as huge as the Kolkata wetland, your cost of artificial sewage treatment plant is much reduced on the, on the exchequer. And then there are some of these examples around our Indian cities. For example, this is a municipal corporation in the peri-urban Mumbai, where we have nature in close collaboration inside the heart of the city, which has multitudes of co-benefits. So these are some examples in the city. And I come from, I lead this project called Cities for Forests for India, which work across different scales. So inner, near, and faraway forests. And I tell this because where we are in Uttarakhand and Dehradun, it's very close to the nearby and faraway forests, because faraway forests are by far the most important regions for the world, because A, they provide for the larger carbon sequestration. The entire biological diversity of a city and region is really protected, conserved because of the faraway forests. And of course, these have a vast variety. I mean, these tick all the boxes of SDGs, 3, 6, 8, 11, and you can just keep going. And one of the key things is that the faraway forest and the nearby forest provides those large number of provisioning and supporting services for our very existence. So I work a lot on the inner city region, which is on the core city regions, and we do a lot of political action engagement. Making the bureaucracy and politicians on board with what we do is one of our key agenda, and then providing technical capacity and assistance, and how to redirect investment. I think our speaker from WWF highlighted about how we need to align private sector, how we need to align all our energies towards impacting or influencing some of the actions that we're taking. So these are the 3 things that we do. And very quickly on what we do is evidence-based data, pilots, policy, projects, and capacity building. So these are a series of things that we do. And I'm just directly going to jump to this slide where we locally renamed these terms as kavakis. So these are loosely translated as sacred groves in Malayalam. And one of the key things that we are trying to do here is, these are small-scale interventions, and I'm not really comparing it to the Himalayan region or Uttarakhand or Himachal Pradesh, where there are vast expanses of forests. But these are city regions which need these small-scale interventions. But our idea is to really build these small-scale interventions to act as a buffer to the disasters that we are, already across cities we are looking at. So like we had the flash floods at a very massive scale here over the last many years. We've had a lot of flash floods in Kerala, the state which we very closely work with. So some of these smaller interventions are a way to influence some of the policy mechanisms in the city. And what has really happened is we helped the city bring out a guidance, vetted it in their council and town planning committee, made sure that it becomes a statutory document, and ensured that through the urban employment guarantee scheme. So one of the things is to incentivize people, right? So we all talk about different solutions, but how do you make sure those people work on those solutions? So incentivizing people to really be a part of the solution, so we ensure that the urban employment guarantee scheme be intertwined with what we are doing, the small-scale interventions that we are doing. So these are like just a snapshot of what we have done in an urban area. And we keep talking, or we are keeping on working across different sectoral, sectors and across different stakeholder groups at the subnational, national level to really bring nature-inclusive city. And what really appalls me is that we have an opportunity at hand here. I mean, nature is your city. I mean, the entire state of Uttarakhand is filled with nature. So really, do we want to work making the city nature inclusive? I think we have to work the other way around for the state of Uttarakhand and the other states which are endowed with nature at hand. And what we're all looking at is that we are asking for out-of-the-box solutions. We're trying to create a disaster pool. So these are some snapshots which you would have seen across media. This is different, through different timelines, these things that have happened, disasters that have happened. And one of the key things, and I think some of the speakers before also mentioned this about this hardships because of the disasters that happen. And I think one of the key issue that we see is in Uttarakhand, one of the things that the speaker before also mentioned is localized context, right? People who in the hilly area do not understand about the coastal regions, and one of the very reason why Uttarakhand probably was delimited as a state in itself, because the mountain or the hill people really wanted to be heard and felt, and they understood that the plains and the hills are very different. And life is very difficult in this terrain, and there are many different aspects, socio-ecological aspects that turn. And one of the key things that we're facing is that inclusivity, right? So apart from the vulnerable sections of the society, gender inclusivity is something that we really want to highlight, because women are at the forefront of these disasters most of the time, because they are the people that are collecting wood or collecting food or whatever. So they are at the forefront. They need to be really equipped to deal with this. And of course, compounding and cascading events in a hilly region. So one of the things that I wanted to highlight, because you would have heard different terms: nature-based solution, ecosystem-based adaptation, ecosystem disaster risk reduction. So one of the key differences, while all these concepts are intertwined in some way or the other, one of the key differences in an ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction is it's both non-climatic, and it's also both climatic and non-climatic. It also looks as earthquakes and other disasters, etc. So this is just a snapshot of the disaster that's happened, and the red circle you see. So for the disaster that happened 5 years ago, we built a cement and concrete wall to kind of protect us from the disaster. But these are not the solutions that we look to. The main things that we want to do is to integrate, identify, and maintain the solutions that we're looking at, and be aware. So it's not beware, it's be aware of the role and benefits and functions of the blue-green infrastructure, and really generate action. And 3 things is to maintain legal and policy mechanisms, transboundary collaboration, and really generate wider action. One of the very big examples is the Joint Benefit Authorities in San Francisco. It's just starting to kick off. So like the speaker before mentioned about the stakeholder collaboration, just different mechanisms and institutions needs to really work together to drive and redirect investments towards ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction. And this is your your NOLA, which is a traditional solution or a traditional kind of a water harvesting solutions. So these are some of the very quick indicative solutions for ecosystem-based disaster reduction at multiple scales, city scales, neighborhood scales, and at building level, what you could really do, and this is for mitigating landslide. And I would just stop with 3 guiding principles. So data-driven decision-making, integrated planning to build resilience, and capacity building. And I'm just going to stop with this. India is aiming to invest 100 trillion, and just stopping with this quote. So people come and go, but the mountains remain. So I'm out of time, so I'm just going to run. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next, I would like sorry about that. Next, I would like to request Dr. Jain, if he's in the house, to come forward. Dr. Jain Zuguna. If he's not here, then I would like to request now Dr. Haman Unusha to give his presentation, please. And please, you have 7 to 10 minutes, and appreciate if you can keep it to the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, co-chair, panelists, and participants. I will be very brief. I would like us, first of all, to look at disasters, not only as the sudden dramatic events like floods or landslides, because we have disasters that are gradual, long-term, like climate-induced land degradation that may lead to infertility of the soils, low agricultural productivity, droughts, migrations, ecologically induced migrations, and conflicts. So these are disasters. This is a form of disaster that will intend to combat. My topic is bamboo, the use of bamboo for climate change, resilience, and disaster management. Please, the next slide. It's from, sorry, okay. I will skip the introduction. Now, when you look at that map, at the northern part of Cameroon, the Sudan or Sahelian region, we have a dam that we call the Lagdo Dam. So at the downstream of the Lagdo Dam, we have a river that we call the Benue River. The Benue River has a lot of floods, usually during the rainy season, and we have a city downstream, the city of Garwa, that is affected by the floods. We have in this region studies that have shown that there is a lot of environmental degradation here, and which threatens livelihoods in the area. We have a program which we call a restoration initiative in which we use bamboo to restore some of these degraded land. So the program is run by the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Forestry, IUCN, and the International Bamboo and Rattan Organization, the INBA. So we work together to restore these landscapes. Initially, we use other forms of trees, the neem tree, to reforest the area, to regenerate the landscape, to restore the ecosystem. But we later saw that the use of bamboo can do a better job, because I don't need to overemphasize that bamboo, the root system is very dense. It can hold firmly on loose soils, and it grows very fast even after being cut. So we introduced bamboo to local farmers, to do restoration of degraded landscapes within that area. So this is the problem that we were trying to solve. I already said that in the northern part that we have the Lagdo Dam. So at the downstream of the Lagdo Dam, you can see what is happening there. There is the erosion of the river banks, and damages are caused. You find the tree down sapping of the river banks. The trees, they're easily, they fall down, and the banks were not stabilized. So we look for an alternative. At first, I said we use the neem tree. The neem tree is a big tree, and sometimes when it's on the banks, it may not really stabilize the banks as we need it. So now we resorted to the use of bamboo. How do we do this? We use many approaches. I don't need to overemphasize on that also, but the main idea is that we use bamboo to prevent soil erosion, to restore the soils, and then to prevent the collapse of the banks of the rivers and to increase, to prevent the increase of silting, the river silting. So here, we use these small canoes to transport the bamboo, and along the banks of the river, we can be able to even plant bamboo at the slopes of the banks of the river to stabilize it. You know, bamboo is very light wood, and it can grow firmly along the banks of the river, as well as on the slopes and the floodplain. So there, we plant the bamboo here, and you find it grows well. We have the nursery, the transplanting, and that's the fresh shoots of the bamboo near the river, on the river banks. And we succeeded actually in stabilizing the river banks from collapsing and causing silting and, you know, causing floods in the area. So this is the last slide, Mr. Chair. We'll encourage the use of bamboo because we have experience with this program of using bamboo to restore the landscape. So it helps the soils to bind well. The root system is very dense, and it holds grip on the soil. So it can even regenerate some rivers. So we try to plant bamboos on watersheds. In the watersheds, it encourages infiltration, and the flow of rivers can be, increased as a result of the growth of bamboo on the drainage basin. So, Mr. Chair, I think I will end here to say that we can be able to prevent natural disasters by the use of bamboo, especially in the coastal areas, to restore and to prevent the collapse of slopes and the collapse of riverbanks, just by the use of bamboo. So this is my simple and short presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Haman, for keeping to the time. And next, I would like to request Dr. Kirtiman Awasthi to give his presentation.
Thank you, Chair. I do not have presentations. I will just have few points to share. Good morning, everyone. Wonderful audience. And thank you, Mr. Ravi, for your inspiring keynote address in the morning. And I picked few terms from there, especially translating commitments with action, the global commitments with action. And a lot has been talked about the ecosystem-based approaches. The concept exists, it's proven, it has been demonstrated. But what are the key success factors for translating this concept which allows global commitments translated into action? What are the key success factors that will allow the scaling of such effort, which promotes ecosystem-based approaches for disaster risk reduction or climate action as well, climate adaptation as well as climate mitigation? What are the success factors which will allow mobilizing financing, which is important for scaling up the effort, which promotes ecosystem-based approaches? What are the success factors which will promote, and the speakers have talked about, the community participation, which also supports the community livelihood, along with promoting conservation of the biodiversity of the natural ecosystems in the region. What are the success factors that will allow integration of these approaches, the ecosystem-based approaches, into the development planning process at different level of governance and also in different sectors? And it's also important because Mr. Ravi Singh also talked about integrated approach, integrated solutions. And to have integrated solutions, it's important to mainstream integrate this particular approach in different sectors so that they can come together to provide integrated solution at different level of governance. What will be the success factor that will allow different actors to come together to support integrated solutions, because their involvement and engagement will also be important in scaling up the whole effort. And this is what at GIZ, as part of the Indo-German Technical Cooperation, we have been looking at how do we support some of these success factors by engaging with the government partners, with non-government partners, with community-based organizations, with Panchayati Raj institutions. And the learning so far that we have in terms of scaling up such efforts, to our understanding, there can be multiple approaches, multiple entry points. And one of the important entry points that we have looked at is to integrate ecosystem-based approaches in the panchayat planning process, especially the Gram Panchayat planning process, which is an established mechanism in India, the GPDPs, and how can we engage with the Panchayati Raj institutions to integrate ecosystem-based approaches into the GPDP process. That will allow us to enhance community participation, including the participation of women, so that there's a clear ownership of the communities, and also the activities, the actions which are designed are need-based and also gender responsive. That also allows, to extent, address the challenge of the financing. Panchayats from their own resources and also through sectoral departments able to mobilize financing for action on ground. Another aspect which was also touched upon about capacity building. I think this is one of the core pillar, a core success factor which is important, and how do we support capacity development, especially when we work in such a multi-stakeholder environment and setup, especially for ecosystem-based approach. And one of the intervention that we have looked at to engage with the State Institute for Rural Development, the Panchayati Raj training institutions, and how do we look at engaging with the Panchayati Raj functionaries and representatives in strengthening the capacities so that the ecosystem-based approaches are integrated into the planning process. Specifically on the wetlands, we also have our colleagues sitting here. We can interact further. We are trying to demonstrate, conceptualize and demonstrate approaches, ecosystem-based approaches, which revolves around wetlands, and also integrates the principles of regenerative agriculture, the principles of climate co-benefit to develop initiatives which integrates ecosystem-based approaches, engages with Panchayati Raj institutions, and demonstrate the clear benefits in terms of climate co-benefit and biodiversity conservation. We'll be happy to also engage with and discuss the opportunities with organizations like WWF, WRI, and other organizations who are sitting here, and also off the dais to take this approach forward, and also looking at the possibility of joining hands to find solution for integrated approach. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Awasthi, for a very clear presentation and also keeping to the time. Next, I would like to request our co-chair, Dr. Bahuguna, to make his presentation.
Namaskar and very good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I'm Harish Bahuguna, representing the Geological Survey of India, an attached department to Ministry of Mines, Government of India, which is also happens to be the nodal agency from Government of India side for studying the landslides in India. And secondly, as you know that we are sitting in Uttarakhand, which is part of the northwestern Himalayas. So I thought that it will be befitting to present before you the studies that the nodal agency of Government of India is carrying out, not only in India, but also in northwestern Himalayas. And so that we can, we and all other stakeholders can plan their DRR strategies based on the results. So my endeavor would be to briefly present with the hard scientific facts, the results of the studies that GSI has carried out in India in landslides, and what need to be done in this country towards DRR, what has been done by GSI, and what is being done in GSI towards the DRR strategies. So with these, this is all known to everyone that landslides are one of the important disasters, natural disasters. And since we are discussing Eco-DRR, so landslides either they are a result of the eco disaster or they are a cause for the ecological disasters. Yeah, this is what we were discussing since morning, 1 degree, 2 degree, 3 degree, and 1.5 degrees temperature rise. This is the graph taken from the World Disaster Report 2022, the rise in the emissions of CO2 and GHG, and you can see the speed at which the levels have risen. This is again from the World Disaster Report 2022. Needless to say that Southeastern Asian countries and are the worst affected, and India ranks amongst the highest, be it in terms of number of disasters, number of fatalities, or economic losses in terms of US dollars every year. And one thing that has emerged very categorically globally is the natural disasters. They are not happening alone. They are in fact a combination of disasters. And latest one, as you might have noticed, the South Lonak Lake Glof disaster. It started as a glof, and then the floods, and then the cascading landslide, and that also happened during the Kedarnath tragedy 2013. So this needs to be kept in mind. And India, GSI has covered the entire country through its susceptibility mapping, and we have recorded more than 87,000 of landslide incidences across the country. And just look at the task at hand with GSI, that even if 20% or 25% of these incidences, they get reactivated every monsoon, you can see the quantum of work in hand. Right, so as a nodal agency, GSI is committed to attain these self-sustainable development goals as per the Sendai framework, working towards the DRR and disaster mitigation in accordance with Prime Minister's 10-point agenda of 2016, and conform to the NPDRR actionable points. The last meeting was held in 2023. And in response to these, GSI launched the National Landslide Susceptibility Mapping in 2014. We prepared a perspective plan that will be continuing till 2030. And now we are on the way to start the regional landslide early warning systems. We are already in the process of issuing the forecast bulletins. And by March 2024, we will be the first organization in this country to launch the National Landslide Forecasting Center, starting from Kolkata. This is just the glimpse of pan-India scenario. You can see the states and the number of incidences. And as a matter of fact, that 12.6% of the Indian landmass that is affected by landslides, and that is happening every year. And these are the targets and entire data. This is the point which I want to emphasize here for the research scholars, for the institutions, for all these stakeholders who are working in this domain, that please use these data, which is available for free from this portal of GSI that is called Bhukosh portal, and the link is given. So entire data along with the reports and maps on GIS platform, they are available for you for free download. So instead of repeating the same exercise, utilize these products so that we can move ahead for planning these strategies for DRR. Yeah, this is again state-wise distribution of the landslide incidences across India. And this is the susceptibility scenario across India. The bars show you the high susceptibility percentage in every state and with respect to the number of landslide incidences. Just giving a very quick recap of the northwestern Himalayas, starting from Jammu and Kashmir. Every bit of information is available with these products, not only the number of incidences, the mechanism involved, the material involved, everything, and the map is the susceptibility map for Jammu and Kashmir. Now this is for Himachal and Uttarakhand areas, the number of incidences, every district in Himachal and Uttarakhand, these are given along with the susceptibility map. And just for the people in Uttarakhand and the USDMA people over here, this map is a very useful product that gives you the scale-wise ranking of the different districts with respect to either the susceptibility class or the number of incidences as recorded in different districts of Uttarakhand. And for that matter, Chamoli ranks the highest. And subsequently, you can see the ranking of all 13 districts. So this information is readily available for free for you to study and go through. And this is another very important map. You can see in the bar the number of districts listed and the susceptibility classes in terms of percentage. See, the red one is the high susceptibility, green one is the moderate, and yellow one is the least landslide susceptibility. So with this map itself, the administrators and planners, they can gauge, and accordingly plan the infrastructure development and urban development activities in their respective districts by having a look at this very product. Now this is again percentage-wise distribution in Uttarakhand in terms of movement and as well as based on the type of material. This is for Himachal Pradesh, we have done the same, and this is available for all the states. And this is the utility of our national landslide susceptibility mapping products. You can get every idea about the different rankings of the susceptibility classes. And the most vital component, most vital use of this product is that it forms the base map for moving towards the regional landslide early warning system. Yeah, so, and this is how to approach the Bhukosh portal from the website, right? And then we have upscaled also. We have gone to different sectors, road corridors. Like this, we have prepared the susceptibility maps along the road corridors. Yeah, and this is one important product. You see, after carrying out everything, what we provide is a disaster management plan, that which particular area along this sector is, what level of susceptibility, what are the hazard scenario, and what the authorities need to do at a particular place, like this. Different failure domains also. I'll quickly move through with the information that I have received the slip to wrap up the presentation. Upscaling, we have done site-specific, we are doing already, and along with the mitigation products also that we are providing. This is how we are doing the monitoring. These are the reports, as I was mentioning, for free download available along with all this information. And just quickly, last 1 minute, for the landslide early warning, it started with this landslip consortium that is already over by 2022, and we have started issuing the forecast bulletin with the prototype regional landslide early warning system. This is the landscape dynamics, and this is the scheme of the early warning system. And on the right side, you see the glimpse of the bulletin that is already being issued for Rudraprayag district in Uttarakhand, that we are already issuing. And this is our approach, the top-down and bottom-up. In the top-down approach, what we are doing is we are issuing the warning and then transmitting it to the people through the administration. On the contrary, we have the bottom-up approach that we are training the local communities, telling them how to observe the rain gauges and with the given threshold, at what level they should be feeling alarmed about, and in turn they will communicate with the authorities that with this particular rainfall, now landslide is expected in our area. So do the needful with the mitigation strategies. These are the community participation awareness, and this is just the schema. With 26 onwards, we will be in a position, as I said, next year we are going to kickstart the National Landslide Forecasting Center. And with these schemes, we are going to issue the warnings in 11 states. And this, I must tell you, that it is in accordance with the best global practices that are being followed across the globe. This is just to wrap up that, again, that all these things that have already been done on different scale, right up to the site-specific, please do consult these products of GSI. Do not repeat them just to save the time in order to move ahead with the strategies for risk reduction and resilience. Thank you so much for the patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Bahuguna, for a very comprehensive and pertinent presentation. Next, we will run a video presented by Dr. Shalini Dhyani. She is the Asia Vice Chair, Asia Focal Point, and the Vice Chair of the Ecosystem Commission of IUCN. Sound. No sound. Played it. It was there. Let's go. Let's run it here. Yeah. No. Yeah.
I think there is a technical issue.
Yeah, we are very sorry there is no sound, but please run the video without sound so that we can see the slides.
It's going on.
Yeah, please run for 7 minutes and then stop.
The pioneers in having these kind of projects. This
5 minutes.
And a very good afternoon to all of you for this session on ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction. And it's my pleasure to be part of this World Conference on Disaster Management organized by Uttarakhand State. I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Anil Gupta and Dr. Madhav Karki to be the organizers and chair of this session and giving me this opportunity to present my presentation and also share my views. I think it's an apt opportunity being in Uttarakhand and organizing this conference that is so relevant for Himalayas to talk about, are we actually facing collapse of Himalayan ecosystem some way? So my presentation will be talking about assessing the drivers for reducing disaster risk in Uttarakhand and the larger part of Himalayas, and also what can be the best approaches that we can implement to scale up people-centric approaches using ecosystem-based disaster risk. My previous present, and also in other sessions, you might be hearing about the relevance of Himalayas in present, not only for the country, but also for the entire South Asia and many other parts of Asia. Himalayas are one of the most important drivers of strongest monsoon system in the world, source of 10 important river systems. It's the third pole on this earth, biodiversity hotspots, and home to diverse cultural and traditional knowledge systems. Of late, what we have observed, and this is not something, this is hidden, this kind of evidences are now again and again repeated and shared by some of the international agencies. Apart from what researchers at local level, at regional level are producing in terms of their research and academic work. The Hindu Kush Himalayan Monitoring and Assessment Program by EC Mode were the first to talk about why there is a relevance of talking about monitoring and assessing Hindu Kush Himalayas, because a slight increase, a 2-degree increase in global temperature is going to melt half of the glaciers in Hindu Kush Himalayas, destabilizing Asia's river and support system for the larger upstream and downstream communities, food, agriculture, and so on and so forth. Now, this was not the only report. There was this IPCC special report, the climate change report on impact, adaptation, and vulnerability, that included this very special chapter on mountains. This was CCP5 chapter, and also said that the climate change impact on mountains are increased in last 2 decades. There are about 84% of endemic species that are at the risk of extinction. And at the same time, with the current pace, depth, and scope of adaptation, we are in insufficient preparedness to address the future risks that are going to hit mountain regions across the world, and especially Hindu Kush Himalayas. Now, there are many drivers of ecosystem and biodiversity loss across Himalayan ecosystems. There might be agriculture intensification, monoculture, forest fire. So I came up with a publication this year that talk about comprehensively what kind of drivers are there, what are the impacts, and how climate change coupled with these diverse drivers is going to enhance and accelerate the pace of impact on climate change and increasing disaster risk and vulnerability. I've already mentioned this, the forest ecosystems are undergoing rapid deforestation and degradation. If you see our riparian forest ecosystems across different nations, the freshwater lake, high altitude lakes, they are all compromised because of these different human-induced pressure. The catchment areas are concretized. Some of these areas we have worked as per the directives of Honorable High Court, like in Nainital and in also Ganga. We found that these is such a complex problem, and one of the complex issues is increasing human encroachment on these fragile landscapes. We also understand that there is a increase in commissioning, under construction, and proposals of hydropower projects across Himalayas. And if you see India being one of the pioneers in having these kind of projects, But if you see other countries, China, Bhutan, Myanmar, Pakistan, and Nepal are also ahead in this journey of creating more and more hydropower projects. While we all agree that hydropower project is a clean way of producing energy, but it's a very risky option if we talk about Himalayas, again, increasing a lot of disaster risk. And this increasing disaster risk is going to affect and is affecting ecosystem resilience and climate regulation potential, increasing land use changes, agriculture intensification, cash cropping is also going to destabilize climate regulation potential of this important Himalayan ecosystem. Now, when I talk about Himalayan human-induced pressure in these fragile and sensitive ecosystems and landscapes, we produced a couple of publications in last few years, and there are many more produced by other researchers who are clearly highlighting the role of climate and disaster risk that is going to enhance the habitat suitability of ecosystems and the flow of ecosystem services in coming years. It's very clear after 2013 flood happened, also called as Himalayan tsunami, there has been always increasing frequency of landslide incidences, forest fires, and many parts of Himalayas are one of the topmost hotspots of landslide incidences. We are also highlighted as hotspot of forest fire globally, and the recent Joshimath sinking was an eye-opener, and this is not going to reduce. These kinds of incidences are going to.
So thank you, Dr. Salini. I think in the rest of the presentation, you are stressing the role of improving ecosystem health. And for that, we need multi-stakeholder approach. We also need very context-based, local context-based, ecosystem-based approaches. And C, being associated with IUCN CEM, C has given how nature-based solutions with its 8 global standards, which focuses on scalability, sustainability, inclusiveness, and also transparency, and in overall how it is equitably balancing development and environment. So thank you very much for a very stimulating presentation. Colleagues, now and friends, we will now have a quick wrap up by the co-chair, and the chairs will take privilege to reflect on. Then we will have first, apologies. Now, since there are so many of very eager and enthused participants, we would like to open it for 10 minutes question and answer. Please be brief and just ask questions. No comments, please. So we'll take 3 questions, and then we'll take 3 questions, and we will respond, and then we will take another 3 questions, and that will be it. So with that, I would like to request our organizer colleagues to provide the mic, please. So please limit your question to 1 minute or 30 seconds. Yeah, please use this.
My name is SP Chamoli, and I had an occasion to traverse the entire Himalayas right from east to west in 1981 as the leader of the Himalayan Traverse Expedition. And also I was born in the Himalayas right from my childhood. Since 1950, I'm seeing the Himalayas right from.
So can you give your question, please?
Yeah. Now the questions are, what has happened is we are all, mostly our approaches are theoretical. We are not going to the ground-based things. Because I could see the whole thing. I could see in Sikkim, Nepal, India, and all those things. But the locals, the local traditions, the older traditions, which were that strength has not been used. We are just copying the other things, but not using them. Just like, say, ecology. Ecology was first being produced by people. So that was one thing which I want to ask them. Please kindly take into consideration.
Okay.
Now, there are certain practical things, like say, it was suggested about the bamboos. Now, this is a very practical thing. In Himalayas, we have we call it ringal, which goes right from the base, from right up to the top, which easily can be planted and can be used. Similarly, about the ecosystem, the disaster management, we have got now, we have talked about the landslides. How they are having.
Yeah, we will do that. We'll do that. Thanks.
There are certain regions. Like say, we are not talking about the tectonic plates, how they are moving, how this thing cannot be stopped to certain extent. But how the local can help themselves, that is what the practical thing has to be done on the ground. So my request is only, we have to go for educational base combined with the local this thing. We have to do a skill development. Like say, disaster management, I was talking about the search and rescue, which is a very, very important thing about the local training. So these things can be combined on the smaller scales. We are running it since 1994, talking about the search and rescue for the disaster management, which is very practical. Hardly people talk about it.
Thank you, sir. So this is for education and also
skill development is one of the major things that has to be done practically on the, combining both Western as well as Indian culture and tradition, local people, especially in terms of Himalayas, I'm talking.
And providing very practical solutions.
With the practical solution, not a theoretical. Theoretically,
thank you,
sir.
Thank
you very much.
Second question. So, organizer, please. So I see a hand here. This gentleman. Yeah, please provide mic to him. Well, the lady first.
Thank you very much.
Allow the lady to go first, please.
Sure, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
I'm
Dr. Archana Bahuguna from Zoological Survey of India. I want to ask a question from Dr. Bahuguna. Like, you know that landscape in Uttarakhand is very fragile. And as you mentioned that whenever there is a landslide, there is a reason also. And because Uttarakhand, long construction, development, and dam construction is going on. That is one of the reasons. So what is the solution? What solution you give to policy makers?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I think we have to go to the gentleman behind. Wait, I think we have to go to turn by turn.
Can I finish? I have the mic.
I didn't see your hand. Sorry.
I had my hand up, yeah.
Okay, please.
Lars Bernd, former Chief of Emergency, UNICEF India.
Okay.
Thank you for the excellent presentations and this opportunity to re-dive into these problems. I'm wondering, I see a lot of vested interests when it comes to the management of the Himalayas. And actually, all these discussions we saw around the tunnel revealed a lot of these things. Thanks for this opportunity. I'm just wondering, is there any basis of discussion where somehow you can find a solution? Because I think what you offer on the dais is one way, but we know there's interest for tourism, for pilgrimage, local interest. Is there one forum where you can come to a conclusion? Because these interests have to be managed. Thank you.
We will reflect on that. Next, please. Okay, but after that, then we will respond, and then we will come to the next series of questions. Please.
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity. My question is there any Indian smart city project which could be an example for other cities? I mean, as a pilot project, as Mrs. Said, Kalkara is maybe in India an example city, sustainable and resilient city. So is there any government project which could be implemented in any cities of the India or not?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we will respond, and then we'll go to next 3 or 4 questions. The first question related to how we can use traditional best practices or local knowledge, traditional knowledge, right, and traditional practices to provide solutions, and also what role education can play. And I presume that you are referring to both formal and informal education. So I think we have a...
I'll take the response, the query of Dr. Chamoli first. education and skill development. Yes, the National Educational Policy 2020 has outlined a number of options to go in both at the primary and secondary level, entwining vocational education and also rooting it to local knowledge. I think the key is in Kerala doing what fits for Kerala and Uttarakhand doing what fits for Uttarakhand. So I think that's one thing. I'll also take up the question regarding tourism and other things that had been. Yes, the right forum would be the state government and its planning body, which is now called the SETU, State Empowerment, Transformation of Uttarakhand. So that sort of thing. It's the state component of the Niti Aayog, if I can put it. Now, we have to balance between development and environment. The key word these days is ESG, environment, sustainability, governance. I think we have covered a lot of ground, and I think that takes care of one of the questions asked behind by that lady with regard to the problems of Uttarakhand per se. And I would think, yes, power projects are economic development activity, but we'll have to balance it with, let's say, environment impact analysis. Tourism is the mainstay, and we'll have to see to it that sustainability is a factor. Governance comes as the key issue, and that's where from grassroots level governance right up to, let's say, state level, national level governance, we'll have to see that we entwine E, S, and G. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. I think next question, I will request Dr. Bahuguna to respond, please.
Thank you so much. At the very outset, I would say that it largely based on the misconceptions, whether dam projects and hydro projects and power projects are leading to landslides. To the lady, to the madam, I would like her attention if she knows about a village called Bhankoli or Agoda or Bhainsiya China in Kumaon. Bhankoli, Agoda are in Bhagirathi Valley. Agoda was the epicenter of Uttarkashi earthquake, right? These are the locations located very remotely in the far upstream stretches of Asiganga, Bhankoli. Then Bhainsiya China is towards the Kumaon, Lohaghat area. No road is there. No hydropower project is there. Still huge landslides are there, right? And the data that I had also presented, if you have a look at this, you will come to know that there is no direct one-to-one relation with the location of the power projects with the landslides, one. Secondly, if we talk about hard scientific facts, please do share with me a single example of excavation in the hydropower project resulting in huge landslides. Please come out with the hard facts. On the contrary, just on the basis of studies and facts, hydropower projects, you see, they have been a victim of the disaster, flood disaster, whether be it the Gulf, be it other regions, landslide, breach of the landslide lock dams, like that. So please do study the scientific reports, come out with the facts, and we can discuss it during tea break and lunch also.
Thank you very much. I think the last question pertained to smart city, and I hope you are not pertaining and not referring to digital smart, but you are, I think, referring to more environmental safeguard-based smart city. Maybe I'll request Dr. Priya to respond to you.
It's working. While Kolkata is one of the examples that we mentioned, of course, there are many examples across Indian cities, and some of the traditional practices that he mentioned, we are reviving them to restore and conserve. So in terms of there is no straight answer to your question. These practices needs to be intertwined into your regulatory, mechanisms. That is something that we really need to do to ensure that you safeguard or you know, use your Eco-DRR or walk the talk literally. So yeah, that's one quick answer, and we can maybe speak after this, but there are many examples in India itself.
So just specifically, there are 4 cities I can talk about right now. Indore, Nasik, Surat, and Pune. Each one of them have segments which could be utilized for other examples in rest of the country, also rest of the world. Kolkata is one, and I hope that in the next 4 to 5 years, even Dehradun could be another. Thank you.
So thank you. Thank you very much. So dear colleagues and friends, now please interact with the presenters during tea break and lunch break. Unfortunately, we do not have any more time for question and answer. Now I'd like to request our co-chair, Dr. Joshi, to summarize in 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay, so I must thank chair and all the panelists here for making this a wonderful event. And we had a great start with Dr. Ravi Singh. I must say we couldn't have anybody better than you, sir, for speaking on those lines. Though you did mention that we people have some understanding about ecosystems, and there is more is needed to be appreciated and to be applied. And you have actually come with the options also, wherein you say society approach, business cases, and also integral solutions. So all the panelists, they touched upon the Eco-DRR in their own ways. Like Dr. Matthew, he was more into sediment-laden floods and talking about how ecological approaches can help us. Then we had Priya, she talking about data integration and capacity building while taking examples from cities for forest. So that was again something very interesting. Hamam has, he has basically shown the beauty of bamboo and its integration for of coastal areas per se, and in mountains we call it ringal, and we do appreciate the kind of services we get out of that. Kirtiman, he was reflecting on how GIZ is contributing to this, and therein he talked about finance, support, and how different strata of governance could be brought into picture so that ecosystem approaches, they actually get down to the communities and people are able to take it further. And wherein his closing remarks, he did mention about wetlands and the initiatives which they are taking. And finally, we had Dr. Bahuguna, wherein he talked about GSI, the kind of contribution which they are doing, and the strengths of Bhukosh and the landslide early warning system. And very pleasantly, he kept it open for all the researchers so that they can use such databases and information for carrying out their studies. And without any doubt, Dr. Ravi Shankar and Dr. Bharki, they brought a lot of strength with their experiences and all, so that they can wrap all these panelists together in a same voice. So many thanks to all the participants and for your interactive sessions. And most of the time, these panel discussions, they run short of time. But we do have tea breaks, lunches, and dinner so that you can interact. So thank you very much, Chair, please.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi. Now, chairs will take 2 minutes to reflect on all the entire proceeding. So, dear colleagues and friends, as you know, we are, this conference is focused on mountain ecosystems. And mountain ecosystems are unique in that they have what we call mountain specificities. They have very specific characteristics and challenges. First, the challenges. Mountains have accessibility challenges, so they are inaccessible. Similarly, mountain people are marginalized, so we have marginality challenges. And then the next also be mountains are fragile. 2 years back, I was associated as an advisor to a UN publication which said making peace with nature. I think we have to adapt to the challenges which mountains are facing, and we have to make peace with mountains. And this session, as our keynote speakers also pointed out, we have to not work against nature, we have to work with nature. And mountain ecosystem does provide these opportunities. Nature-based solution with its 8 standards, global standards, if we work through them, I think we can have very contextualized, locally tailored mountain solutions. We don't have time, but I could provide few examples. But I would say mountain has certain characteristics which we can build on. The first, I think mountains have diversity. We have biodiversity, very rich agrobiodiversity, very rich natural biodiversity. And then we have a very rich cultural biodiversity, diversity. I think all nature-based tourism, I think, depend on this cultural or biocultural diversity, which we have to build on. So the first was, let's build on the diversities mountain ecosystem has. And the second, mountain has certain niche. For example, we are in Devbhumi. This Devbhumi, we not only have nature-based tourism, we have the possibilities for religious tourism, health tourism, which Uttarakhand actually is thriving with its harnessing of medicinal and aromatic plants and all the Ayurvedic Ayush knowledge system. And then the third mountain, I would say the characteristic which help us, mountain people are very adaptive. They have been living in this very harsh ecosystem through generations. So through generation, they have learned how to live with mountain. Let's build on it. I think this adaptive capacity which we talk about have to be built, I think, based on the mountain ecosystem's health. And finally, I would like to say that the specificities, I think, provide us guidance, and the scientists have converted these specificities into nature-based solution. And nature-based solution is basically how we can improve nature's capacity to help human beings fight climate change, fight pollution, fight degradation. So I think with this, I would like to say that this session, our keynote speaker also provided, the Eco-DRR principles, I think, are very, I think, nicely, I would say, discussed. And I think if the presentation and then the discussion has provided how we can implement Eco-DRR in real practical world. So final words from our co-chair, Dr. Ravi Shankar.
Thank you, Dr. Karki. I would just like to say, put people first. When I noticed that 2 or 3 speakers did talk about panchayats. So with that particular framework, when I say put people first, let's work on a public-private panchayat partnership. I think that is the essence of India, not just PPP, public-private partnership, but PPPP, public-private panchayat partnership. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for your patience and for a very active participation. I know you have a lot of questions. Please do interact, and you can also contact presenters individually. And I would like to thank the organizer for the opportunity. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now the time has come to express our heartfelt appreciation to all our resource persons here with mementos and certificate of appreciation. So for that, I would like to call Dr. Parvez Hayat, IPS, former DGP and visiting professor, Oxford University, to present the memento to our chairperson, Dr. Madhav V. Karki. Give a huge round of applause. Moving on, I would like to call Mr. Lars Ben UNICEF to present the memento to our next chairperson, Dr. N. Ravi Shankar. Now I would like to call Professor Akbaruddin Ahmed, Chairman PRC Bangladesh, to present the memento to our co-chairperson, Professor P.K. Joshi and Dr. Harish Bahuguna. Professor Akbaruddin Ahmed, Chairman, please present the memento to Dr. Harish Bhuguna, our co-chairperson. Moving on, I would like to call Dr. Ananda Babu, President and Convener of DMIX, to present the memento to our keynote speaker, Mr. Ravi Singh. I would also request Dr. Ananda Babu to present the mementos to our panelists, starting with Dr. Matthew Westboy. Dr. Haman Unusa. Dr. Priya Narayan. And Mr. Kritiman Avasti. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning to every one of you. Let's give a big round of applause to all the, important experts of this plenary. We've got the world's best here. Sir, they would like to take a photo of all the team here. After that, I think there is a media team waiting to capture your short bites. So please help them out. Now to all of you, I have one request. We should have sent you for tea break half an hour ago. Apologies for the delay. Now the team is trying to see whether on the side they can get some tea ready for you. I can see the next plenary people waiting. So what is the house saying? Shall we give you 10 minutes for a toilet break, a quick phone call, and if you get some water to drink, and then come back? Can I request you for 10 minutes break? Okay, everybody, please don't go away. The next plenary is very important. Come back in 10 minutes, exactly 10 minutes.
वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण और विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। धन्यवाद।
अस्तुत्तरस्यां दिशि देवात्मा हिमालयो नाम नगाधिराजः पूर्वापरो तोय निधि विग्रहां स्थितः पृथित्या इव मानदंडः। अनंत काल से पृथ्वी की गरिमा बढ़ाती ये हिमालय पर्वत श्रृंखला और इसके गर्भ में बसी देवभूमि उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड की राजधानी देहरादून में आयोजित हो रही 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट आपदा प्रबंधन की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। पूरे भारत में आयोजित हुए प्री इवेंट्स एवं कॉन्फ्रेंस और देश भर की यूनिवर्सिटीज एवं प्रदेश भर के विद्यालयों ने अपनी भागीदारी देकर उद्घोषणा की 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक चलने वाले आपदा प्रबंधन के महापर्व की। एक ऐसा मंच जहां 50 से ज्यादा देशों के वैज्ञानिक और विशेषज्ञ एकत्रित हुए हैं, जो 4 दिवसीय सम्मेलन के दौरान आयोजित होने वाले 60 से अधिक सेशंस में आपदा प्रबंधन के नए तरीकों पर बात करेंगे और समस्याओं का हल निकालेंगे।
गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे।
अस्तुत्तरस्यां दिशि देवात्मा हिमालयो नाम नगाधिराजः पूर्वापरो तोय निधि विग्रहां स्थितः पृथित्या इव मानदण्डः। अनंत काल से पृथ्वी की गरिमा बढ़ाती ये हिमालय पर्वत श्रृंखला और इसके गर्भ में बसी देवभूमि उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड की राजधानी देहरादून में आयोजित हो रही 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट आपदा प्रबंधन की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। पूरे भारत में आयोजित हुए प्री इवेंट्स एवं कॉन्फ्रेंस और देश भर की यूनिवर्सिटीज एवं प्रदेश भर के विद्यालयों ने अपनी भागीदारी देकर उद्घोषणा की 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक चलने वाले आपदा प्रबंधन के महापर्व की। एक ऐसा मंच जहां 50 से ज्यादा देशों के वैज्ञानिक और विशेषज्ञ एकत्रित हुए हैं, जो 4 दिवसीय सम्मेलन के दौरान आयोजित होने वाले 60 से अधिक सेशंस में आपदा प्रबंधन के नए तरीकों पर बात करेंगे और समस्याओं का हल निकालेंगे।
गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे।
अस्तुत्तरस्यां दिशि देवात्मा हिमालयो नाम नगाधिराजः पूर्वापरो तोय निधि विग्रहां स्थितः पृथित्या इव मानदण्डः। अनंत काल से पृथ्वी की गरिमा बढ़ाती ये हिमालय पर्वत श्रृंखला और इसके गर्भ में बसी देवभूमि उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड की राजधानी देहरादून में आयोजित हो रही 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट आपदा प्रबंधन की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। पूरे भारत में आयोजित हुए प्री इवेंट्स एवं कॉन्फ्रेंस और देश भर की यूनिवर्सिटीज एवं प्रदेश भर के विद्यालयों ने अपनी भागीदारी देकर उद्घोषणा की 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक चलने वाले आपदा प्रबंधन के महापर्व की। एक ऐसा मंच जहां 50 से ज्यादा देशों के वैज्ञानिक और विशेषज्ञ एकत्रित हुए हैं, जो 4 दिवसीय सम्मेलन के दौरान आयोजित होने वाले 60 से अधिक सेशंस में आपदा प्रबंधन के नए तरीकों पर बात करेंगे और समस्याओं का हल निकालेंगे।
गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे।
अस्तुत्तरस्यां दिशि देवात्मा हिमालयो नाम नगाधिराजः पूर्वापरो तोय निधि विग्रहां स्थितः पृथित्या इव मानदण्डः। अनंत काल से पृथ्वी की गरिमा बढ़ाती ये हिमालय पर्वत श्रृंखला और इसके गर्भ में बसी देवभूमि उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड की राजधानी देहरादून में आयोजित हो रही 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट आपदा प्रबंधन की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। पूरे भारत में आयोजित हुए प्री इवेंट्स एवं कॉन्फ्रेंस और देश भर की यूनिवर्सिटीज एवं प्रदेश भर के विद्यालयों ने अपनी भागीदारी देकर उद्घोषणा की। 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक चलने वाले आपदा प्रबंधन के महापर्व की एक ऐसा मंच जहां 50 से ज्यादा देशों के वैज्ञानिक और विशेषज्ञ एकत्रित हुए हैं, जो 4 दिवसीय सम्मेलन के दौरान आयोजित होने वाले 60 से अधिक सेशंस में आपदा प्रबंधन के नए तरीकों पर बात करेंगे और समस्याओं का हल निकालेंगे।
गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे।
नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। भारत हमेशा से ही वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का प्रतीक रहा है। हाल ही में संपन्न हुआ G20 सम्मेलन इसी भाव को आगे ले जाने का सफल प्रयास रहा है, जिसका श्रेय माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को जाता है। इसी प्रयास को आगे बढ़ाते हुए उनके द्वारा दिखाए गए मार्ग का अनुसरण करते हुए उत्तराखंड राज्य 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन कर रहा है। आपदा एक वैश्विक चुनौती है, इसलिए इसके प्रबंधन के लिए भी पूरे विश्व को एक मंच पर एक साथ आना होगा, नए तरीकों पर बात करनी होगी, अपने अनुभव साझे करने होंगे और ये सब करने के लिए हिमालय की गोद से अच्छी जगह और क्या होगी, क्योंकि सदियों से खड़े ये अडिग हिमालय ही तो हैं जो विश्व को धर्म का ज्ञान, अध्यात्म और योग का पाठ पढ़ाते हैं। तो आइए और 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट में सम्मिलित हों और आपदा प्रबंधन में भागीदार बने। धन्यवाद। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। भारत हमेशा से ही वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का प्रतीक रहा है। हाल ही में संपन्न हुआ G20 सम्मेलन इसी भाव को आगे ले जाने का सफल प्रयास रहा है, जिसका श्रेय माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को जाता है। इसी प्रयास को आगे बढ़ाते हुए उनके द्वारा दिखाए गए मार्ग का अनुसरण करते हुए उत्तराखंड राज्य 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन कर रहा है। आपदा एक वैश्विक चुनौती है, इसलिए इसके प्रबंधन के लिए भी पूरे विश्व को एक मंच पर एक साथ आना होगा, नए तरीकों पर बात करनी होगी, अपने अनुभव साझे करने होंगे और ये सब करने के लिए हिमालय की गोद से अच्छी जगह और क्या होगी, क्योंकि सदियों से खड़े ये अडिग हिमालय ही तो हैं जो विश्व को धर्म का ज्ञान, अध्यात्म और योग का पाठ पढ़ाते हैं। तो आइए और 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट में सम्मिलित हों और आपदा प्रबंधन में भागीदार बने। धन्यवाद।
अस्तुत्तरस्यां दिशि देवात्मा हिमालयो नाम नगाधिराजः पूर्वापरो तोय निधि विग्रहां स्थितः पृथित्या इव मानदण्डः। अनंत काल से पृथ्वी की गरिमा बढ़ाती ये हिमालय पर्वत श्रृंखला और इसके गर्भ में बसी देवभूमि उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड की राजधानी देहरादून में आयोजित हो रही 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट आपदा प्रबंधन की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। पूरे भारत में आयोजित हुए प्री इवेंट्स एवं कॉन्फ्रेंस और देश भर की यूनिवर्सिटीज एवं प्रदेश भर के विद्यालयों ने अपनी भागीदारी देकर उद्घोषणा की। 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक चलने वाले आपदा प्रबंधन के महापर्व को एक ऐसा मंच जहां 50 से ज्यादा देशों के वैज्ञानिक और विशेषज्ञ एकत्रित हुए हैं, जो 4 दिवसीय सम्मेलन के दौरान आयोजित होने वाले 60 से अधिक सेशंस में आपदा प्रबंधन के नए तरीकों पर बात करेंगे और समस्याओं का हल निकालेंगे।
गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह।
Don't take so long. Please come forward. 30 seconds. You should all be coming forward, please. No more back benches. Come and take the front. Leave the first 2 rows and the rest you should occupy. Those of you still sitting there, can you hear me? Still sitting people, can you hear me?
धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे।
अस्तुत्तरस्यां दिशि देवात्मा हिमालयो नाम नगाधिराजः पूर्वापरो तोय निधि विग्रहां स्थितः पृथित्या इव मानदण्डः। अनंत काल से पृथ्वी की गरिमा बढ़ाती ये हिमालय पर्वत श्रृंखला और इसके गर्भ में बसी देवभूमि उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड की राजधानी देहरादून में आयोजित हो रही 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट आपदा प्रबंधन की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। पूरे भारत में आयोजित हुए प्री इवेंट्स एवं कॉन्फ्रेंस और देश भर की यूनिवर्सिटीज एवं प्रदेश भर के विद्यालयों ने अपनी भागीदारी देकर उद्घोषणा की। 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक चलने वाले आपदा प्रबंधन के महापर्व की एक ऐसा मंच जहां 50 से ज्यादा देशों के वैज्ञानिक और विशेषज्ञ एकत्रित हुए हैं, जो 4 दिवसीय सम्मेलन के दौरान आयोजित होने वाले 60 से अधिक सेशंस में आपदा प्रबंधन के नए तरीकों पर बात करेंगे और समस्याओं का हल निकालेंगे।
गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे।
अस्तुत्तरस्यां दिशि देवात्मा हिमालयो नाम नगाधिराजः।
Benches, please come to the front, back. Please listen, please listen. Hello, my dear students, get up and come. That's what I'm announcing.
पूर्वापरो तोय निधि विग्रहां स्थितः।
Hello. May I request everyone to take seat? If possible, please sit down. We were going to start in a minute. One more time, I am requesting all the students, step at least 6 benches, 7 chairs forward, all the students. Once again, I am humbly requesting you, get up and move forward. Get up and move forward. Don't allow these front ones to be free. You will be on the camera also. You will be streamed there. Please, I am requesting you, rush down. Rush down. Don't make me repeat 10 times. Okay, we are going to start this important panel. It's on health, emergencies, disaster management, DRR, etc. So our volunteers are standing to bring the dignitaries to the dais. So I'm just reading the names. So our volunteers, please be ready. I would like to request the chair, Shri Rajendra Ratnuji, IAS, the ED of NIDM. Can you please bring sir up? One of the volunteers, please accompany him. I would like to request Dr. Meghna Desai online. Okay. May I also request Professor Vinod Chandra Menon to come up, please? Also, Professor Dr. Hemchandra, Vice Chancellor of HNB Uttarakhand Medical Education University. Welcome, sir. One of you please accompany, sir. We have Dr. Chris Bound, Director, Division of Emergency Operations, Office of Readiness and Response, U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Welcome, sir. And we have Dr. Saurabh Goel, Joint Director, IDSP, NCDC, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Please join up. Mr. Anilji, is that fine? Anyone else to be called up from the plenaries? That's it? I know there are 2 joining online, virtually. That's it? Your list complete? Okay, Dr. Narpinder Singh, Vice Chancellor of Graphic Era University. Welcome, sir. We are in your home. Let's give Dr. Narpinder Singh a warm applause as well. He belongs to the host family. He is the Vice Chancellor. That's it? Has he already joined? Okay. What about Meghna Desai ji? Also joined? Okay. In this plenary, we have 2 who are joining us virtually. We have Dr. Meghna Desai, Director of CDC in India, and we have Major General Atul Kotwal. He is also joining online. So this is our eminent panel. So I would like to hand the mic to our chair, Dr. Shri Rajendra Ratnuji, IAS, ED of NIDM, National Institute of Disaster Management. Prior to that, let's give them a big, warm applause. Thank you.
Due to shortage of time, we will cut down on the long introduction of the luminaries. I think they are all well-known people, so I'll request them to, I'll briefly introduce them, but they can introduce themselves if I'm missing out on anything. Today's session is on strengthened national and global public health emergency and disaster response system, develop, build, and sustain resilient workforce, infrastructure systems, and partnerships. So the focus is on resilient workforce, infrastructure, systems, and partnerships. And sitting together of so many organizations together and in this very prestigious forum is reflective of the, this commitment on partnership. Before coming to, the individual sessions and to inviting the co-chair, Dr. Meghna Desai, who has joined us through online. She is Director, U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, Country Office, India. And also will be displaying a video message by Ambassador Eric Garcetti, U.S. Embassy of India. And then we'll start the panel discussion. my request, I'll be again coming back to the panelists to stick to the time schedule so that we can cover up some of the lost time in the previous session. I'll just, being the only sole representative from the Government of India, I thought I will just give the government perspective also. And before that, on the, as we know that at the first, to talk about the global, because the topic tells about not only the national, but the global health emergency and disaster response systems. I'd just like to mention just 3 points. One is a global scenario. We are just seeing that, as in my inaugural address also, I just mentioned that and in the health system also, the connection of the climate change and the increasing health emergencies cannot be ruled out, and it is increasingly being realized that as we have more and more extreme and frequent climate events, there will be more both in terms of the health emergencies which are due to destruction and collateral damages, as well as the diseases. Communicable diseases also will be more. There are other dimensions also which are there related to health, nutrition angle. And this is unfortunately the countries that have done the least impact on the climate are bearing the largest impact of the climate change, and also in terms of the disease burden and out-of-pocket expenditure, which becomes very, very difficult for the large population, and particularly the sections that are on the margins of the society. In India, the health systems were, part of the entire freedom struggle. And there was a committee headed by Subhash Chandra Bose when this whole, discussion was happening from 1942 onwards as to what should be the blueprint for India's health, infrastructure and health systems. And there was a committee, that subcommittee was constituted with Colonel Bhore and one Colonel Santosh Singh Sokhe in the pre-independence era, which had developed an entire blueprint of India's health infrastructure, including the health sub-centers, the visualization of the healthcare system from the lowest level. At the village level, there is a health sub-center which caters in India to a population of 5,000 to 7,000 people. Then there is a public health center, PHC, which caters to a population of around 25,000. And then above that is a taluk level hospital, and there is a district. So there are 4 layers at the district level itself. And, so this has been an amazing thing. And in 2013, the National Health Mission further took strengthening of this health infrastructure in the country. And, this was again in 2017, National Health Policy 2017 had taken a cognizance of the fact that we need to also bring in the dimension of health emergencies. And there has to be standard operating procedures which need to be there when we have to surge the capacity of the health systems in the times of health emergencies. Integrated disease surveillance program was also one of a very, very good initiative and a good example of partnership by Government of India, where a very, very systematic surveillance as well as containment strategies are there for the communicable diseases. So in context of the disaster, I think the response, surge capacities and the kind of response that will be required will be varying depending upon the kind of health emergency or the kind of disaster or hazard we are talking about. We have learned many lessons from pandemic, and I'm very happy to share to this August forum that National Institute of Disaster Management, working with Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, National Center for Disease Control, as well as CDC, we have formulated 5-tier module for disaster, emergency health and health in public health in emergencies and disaster management. And this brings the whole dimension of how our infrastructure as well as our staff that is manning, how to bring their capacity, how to bring more role clarity into that. And I'm happy to share that one of the pilots for this program was made in Uttarakhand, if I'm not wrong. And also, this has been already rolled out in 3 states, in Rajasthan, in Gujarat, and I think third state also, I think it has been CDC, where has been the third state? And in Tamil Nadu, how can I forget my carded state? Okay, thank you for informing, updating. So this is a very good example of which is reflecting upon Indian Prime Minister's 10-point agenda, where he says that we have to learn from the past disasters, document them, and see that how we institutionalize those learning into our systems. So we learned from COVID, we learned that how it's important to make the health system resilient to any health emergency, and that has been institutionalized in form of this 5-tier module, and we are asking state also to give their state dimension. It is not that it's a fixed kind of program. This also has an element of flexibility. So now in any disaster scenario, it will depend upon a kind of, this is my last point, and then I'll just start the panel discussion, that it will depend upon a hazard specific, that what kind of health preparedness will be needed, what kind of health response will be needed, what kind of resilience of infrastructure will be needed, and what kind of systems have to be in place, and what kind of collaborations are needed. Taking a scenario, India is a very country which believes in God, and I do also, so I'm not, I'm praying that such a scenario does not happen, but if there is a scenario of an earthquake, of a heavy magnitude, and we have fault lines in many places, so in such a scenario, suddenly in urban areas, what will be required? There'll be a huge surge required in the orthopedic, division, because there may be large number of people who may get injuries because of the collateral damage while escaping, or because of falling off the, built environment which affects them. And there'll be large number of bone injuries, and we need to have suddenly surge the capacity of our system to respond to this kind of scenario. Another scenario that may emerge is the fire scenario, that our, the gas systems which are there may be. So what I'm trying to say is that when we are visualizing, there is no one single stop solution. It will be depending upon the kind of hazard we are talking about. If it is a hydrogeological or a dam burst or a flash flood or GLOF, it may be different. If it is an earthquake, it will be different. It is a CBRN, it will be different. So I think the session will not provide that much of window to deliberate on each of the hazard specific thing, but surely the session brings together the very, very prominent speakers to bring this wisdom on the systems, how to build the resilience in the systems, in the manpower, in the infrastructure, and how to have better collaboration. So without standing between you and today's prominent speakers, may I now invite the co-chair of today's session, Dr. Meghna Desai, to please, who's again, let me introduce, she's Director of the US Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, Country Office, India. She has joined us online. I'll request other prominent speakers and panelists to restrict their address to around 7 minutes. And I will be reminding you, before that. So over to Dr. Meghna Desai. We are missing you physically, but I'm sure you will bring a lot of wisdom even online. Thank you. We are not able to listen. Please unmute yourself, or the sound output has to be checked. Dr. Meghna Desai, we are not able to hear. Can somebody see here whether the sound output, computer se sound output hai theek? Control room, please check. She was there already. Meghna, can you try again your audio check? No, sorry, I think sound output. Yeah, you put her on the speaker, otherwise this will unrecord. Can we put you on a speaker or phone, and so that
Okay, should I proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay, all right. I'm so sorry about that technical glitch. And I think now you may be getting some. Are you getting an echo? Can you still hear me? Okay. Sorry. Can I get a confirmation that you can still hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So, again, apologies for that. I do want to extend my sincere apologies for not being able to join you in person at this Congress due to a family emergency this week. But I do want to assure you that my dedicated team that's there with you from both the country office and headquarters is present to provide CDC's unwavering support. I'm delighted to receive the positive news on the inaugural day of this Congress, a moment we have keenly been waiting for many days. I was thrilled today to hear that all 41 workers that were trapped in the Silkyara tunnel have been successfully evacuated, showcasing really a commendable joint effort by the government of Uttarakhand and the government of India. It is a great honor, really, for me to co-chair this pivotal session alongside Mr. Rajendra Ratnu, Executive Director for NIDM. Our collaboration underscores a shared dedication to advancing public health, disaster management, as well as fortifying resilient workforce systems, as well as infrastructure. Together, we stand at the forefront of addressing the intricate challenges that confront our global community. So before I delve into my remarks, I would like to share a video message from the U.S. Ambassador to India, Mr. Eric Garcetti. In this video, he extends his best wishes to this Congress and the whole everybody who's attending it, and draws attention to the parallel natural disasters occurring in the city of LA, in California, which is his home, but also similar to those here in the Himalayas. Furthermore, he underscores the commitment of all U.S. agencies to collaborate closely with the Government of India institutions, aiming to enhance capacity in public health emergency and disaster management, and to foster a mutual learning between our nations.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Eric Garcetti, the U.S. Ambassador to India, and it's an honor to address the attendees of the 6th World Congress on Disaster Management. The service that you perform as public health experts, officials, and emergency workers is crucial in helping our peoples adapt and thrive in an era of increasing climate volatility. In recent years, we've seen a dramatic increase in the frequency and intensity of public health emergencies and disasters across the globe. In recent months, I have seen firsthand the risk that these hazards pose to vulnerable communities, including areas surrounding the Himalayas that are prone to flooding, landslides, and earthquakes. And of course, before coming to India, I spent 2 decades serving the people of Los Angeles. Most strategies, we also are strengthening our communities in times of crisis, augmenting the resilience of our planet and our people. You know, I'm particularly struck by the role that emerging zoonotic diseases could play in future health emergencies and the complexity and vital importance of One Health, a multi-sectoral approach to preventing such events. I appreciate the Government of India's institutions and CDC India for envisioning the integration of public health emergency management and disaster management, and for developing a public health emergency and disaster management 5-tiered framework to enhance overall capabilities of the nation in terms of workforce, infrastructure, systems, and partnerships to manage any emergency effectively. The United States has been privileged to work alongside institutions within the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, and the National Institution for Transforming India to develop infrastructure and capacity building initiatives in public health emergency and disaster management that are already serving as models in the region and in the world. Finally, we are committed to continuing this collaboration, enhancing our country's preparedness and response capabilities. And I'd like to thank each and every one of you specifically for your heroic commitment to respond in times of need, often at great personal risk and cost. It's you who stand on the front lines. It's you and your dedication and skill that make the world a healthier and more secure place. So from the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Sorry, I'm back on the phone, but I would like to now just very briefly share my thoughts on this subject. So first, on global interconnectivity and health security, the COVID pandemic has underscored the reality that emerging biological threats pose a significant risk to global health, security, economies, as well as societies. And in our very interconnected world, diseases transcend borders rapidly, emphasizing that an infectious threat anywhere is a threat everywhere. Secondly, on the global health security agenda that the ambassador also just, Ambassador Garcetti just alluded to, which is really a crucial multilateral initiative uniting over 70 countries and organizations to enhance compliance with our international health regulations. Together, we work towards fortifying every country's capacity to prevent, detect, and respond to infectious disease threats, and India is a party to this GHSA. Third, I also wanted to just quickly comment on the G20 Health Ministerial that was held back in August of this year, which really highlighted strategies to address common challenges, including pandemic response, universal health coverage, and the impact of the climate crisis on health. Global health offers really unique opportunities for all of society to commit to preventing the next health emergency. Also, just to highlight briefly the Indo-US partnership. This is a collaboration also between President Biden and Prime Minister Modi, which emphasizes joint efforts across health sectors, particularly in pandemic preparedness. In fact, we just recently concluded the 5th India-US Health Dialogue, which identified key areas for future cooperation, showcasing the importance of multilateral efforts in pandemic preparedness and response. India has been a very great global health leader. Its role in developing and distributing vaccines during the COVID-19 pandemic demonstrates its leadership in global health. India's commitment to inclusive health solutions, collaboration, and innovation positions it as a beacon of hope in the global health landscape. Also, again, as was just briefly mentioned by on the video, the partnership with the Government of India and especially CDC's partnership with the Government of India on public health emergency and disaster management has really enjoyed a very successful technical collaboration for many decades. And the collaborative efforts currently that are ongoing with the National Institute for Disaster Management as well as the National Centers for Disease Control have resulted really in this 5-tiered framework that you'll hear a bit more about. So what are today's session objectives and topics? You have a distinguished panel in front of you which will explore topics such as building resilient infrastructure for surveillance and response, community engagement, strengthening global health security, and system strengthening for public health emergency and disaster management. Our objective is to develop a robust and enduring framework that will significantly influence policy, implementation, and investment, improving preparedness and response measures globally. A couple of our anticipated outcomes include that we really would like to be able to generate insightful and actionable recommendations that will shape policy decisions and investments at various levels. Also, the goal is to contribute to a more resilient future by enhancing preparedness and response measures for public health emergencies and disasters. So, in conclusion, I just want to look forward to the enriching discussions that you all will have in this panel and constructive outcomes that will emerge from this session. May our collective efforts lead to a more resilient and secure future. So back over to you, Mr. Ratnu. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Meghna Desai, for a very precise, very brief address and emphasizing on the collaboration, which is also a pillar of today's panel discussion. With that, thanking you again, we move on to today's panelists. I also express my thanks to His Excellency, the Ambassador Eric Garcetti, through you, to convey thanks on my behalf, on behalf of this panel and organizers of this International Congress, for his, very overarching speech covering all aspects of India and US engagement on DRR, including acknowledging India's leadership in G20, CDRI, and other initiatives and engagements with various ministries by CDC. Thank you once again. And let us move on to our today's panel discussion. And we have the first panelist is a very, very eminent scholar, a visionary, and architect of India's, one of the architects of India's disaster institutional framework, Professor Vinod Menon, former member, National Disaster Management Authority, Ministry of Home Affairs, who was the founding member of NDMA, and one of the youngest members so far, if I am not wrong. I welcome you, sir. We are really graced to have you on this panel. Over to you.
Dr. Meghna Desai, the country director of CDC India, Mr. Rajendra Ratnu, the executive director of the National Institute of Disaster Management. We have a very distinguished panel and also very distinguished people in the audience, including the former Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Ajit Seth, former member NDMA, Dr. Muzaffar Ahmed, and many others, many vice chancellors, and many diplomats who have actually come from different countries and many delegates from abroad. I would like to basically look at the issues related to system strengthening for public health emergency disaster management. PHEDM is a very comprehensive program that includes the process of anticipating, preventing, preparing for, detecting, responding to, controlling, and recovering from consequences of public health emergencies and disasters to mitigate adverse health and economic impact. PHEDM is a field of practice that provides a single integrated approach which builds capabilities to prepare for and rapidly respond to public health emergencies and mitigate disasters. This is a definition given by CDC. And so we need to also understand the several other definitions from many organizations, including the WHO, PAHO, which is also having the definitions of public health emergency disaster management. And we know that from the field of disaster management, we have a pre-disaster phase, which has two Ps, preparedness and prevention, which is also called risk reduction or mitigation. So the two Ps before disasters, and in the post-disaster phase, there are three Rs. Response, which is basically relief and rehabilitation and recovery. So there are three Rs, response, rehabilitation, and recovery in the post-disaster phase. In most of the disasters which we have seen, including some of the mega disasters, the third world, the developing countries are actually facing the problems in the post-disaster phase of not having adequate preparedness and adequate risk reduction. Whereas the advanced countries are actually very strong on the upper half, on the preparedness and prevention, on risk reduction and mitigation. So this is very important that we need to strengthen the upper half in any aspect, whether it is in public health or in sanitation or in civil supplies, in providing relief, the supply chain management, the logistics of humanitarian logistics and all that. So it's very important that we look at strengthening the upper half. So if you really look at what has been happening in the growth of world population, you see the way in which population has been growing. It has taken 1,500 years from whatever information which we have, to have the population double initially. But we see that from 1 billion to 2 billion, actually it took 120 years. But from 2 billion to 4 billion, it took 55 years. And from 4 billion to 8 billion, 45 years. So you see that now population is expanding at such a rapid pace. And then we know that in the next 50 years, we will actually be having several more billion people, on the planet Earth. And so we need to really prepare ourselves for not only population implications of disasters and climate change and extreme events and conflicts on population. We need to really prepare on public health emergency disaster management also, understanding that there is a multi-hazard context. So in terms of the world urban population, you see that it has been estimated that we have the population, urban population actually growing over the rural population in the world by now. So, and now it's growing at a much faster pace. So we need to really look at what happens in disasters like the Mumbai floods of 2005. When we have the instances which happened, and we see that when people are actually traveling in a mega city, which has millions of people, how do you really do evacuation? How do you do response? How do you help people who are affected by disasters? And how do you really save lives? And that is very important. Saving lives, the zero tolerance to avoidable deaths and disasters, the mission statement for the vision of the government of India, the national vision, we need to really look at that. So we have a lot of people who actually also talk in terms of, the work in terms of not only public health emergency disaster management, but also health EDRM. What is health EDRM? Health EDRM is health emergency disaster risk management. That's also another new concept which has come. And this has been communicated in 23 chapters from a book on public health and disasters, Health Emergency and Disaster Risk Management in Asia, published by Springer. So we need to look at these concepts from the point of view of understanding what public health emergency disaster management really means. So CDC talks about 6 domains of preparedness: community resilience, incident management, information management, countermeasures and mitigation, surge management, and biosurveillance. And these 6 pillars are very important in terms of looking at public health emergency disaster management. If you really look at these 4 parts of the disaster management cycle: preparedness, response, mitigation, and recovery. So FEMA talks in terms of prepare, respond, and recover. So we actually need to really look at that. And so the 5 phases of emergency management: prevention, mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. And this is the Canadian Red Cross. So if you really look at what has happened in the past, when we saw the COVID-19 affecting millions of people, so death in large numbers, the science, policy, and management of mass fatality events. This is from the American Medical Association. So we need to look at that. And all of you who are working in the field of public health and emergency management know Larry Brilliant's work. Simply brilliant, the impossible adventure of a spiritual seeker and a visionary physician who helped counter the worst disease in history. He's a person who has been credited with eradicating smallpox. So I think, and Larry Brilliant has been here to India many times, has been a guest of the government of India, and also with interacting with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and all that, including the eradication of polio. So in terms of looking at assessing levels of resilience, we have looking at infrastructure for public health delivery. We have to look at availability, equitable access, adequacy, sustainability, and multi-hazard resilience. And this is very important when you're looking at public health emergency disaster management. In terms of the progression, it is actually from availability to equitable access, to adequacy, sustainability, and multi-hazard resilience, that the public health system is able to respond to all kinds of emergencies: natural disasters, climate change, extreme events, and conflicts. So NIDM Executive Director has mentioned this Public Health Emergency Disaster Management, a professional development program in collaboration with CDC. NIDM has been doing this PHEDM, PDP Tier 2 programs, including the one in Uttarakhand, which is actually conducted by NIDM. So I had the privilege of being invited by the UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon in April 2015 to be a reviewer of a high-level panel on the global response to the health crisis. The high-level panel was chaired by His Excellency Jakaya Kikwete, the President of Tanzania. And so there were many people who were actually in the panel, which was doing the review. Along with me, we had people like Dr. David Nabarro, all of you know, and many others who are very distinguished epidemiologists and people who have been working in the field of disease control around the world in many, many countries. And these are all the top experts in the field of disease control. So in terms of the public health emergency disaster management, one of the best papers which I feel is very relevant is in 1992, the former director of the CDC, Atlanta, William Roper, and his colleagues actually wrote this paper, which mentioned this, to strengthen infrastructure of the public health system, 5 key determinants of system capacity must be improved: the professional knowledge, skills, and abilities of the public health workforce, ability of individual public health officials and their agencies to provide dynamic community leadership, ability of public health workers to access relevant information, ability of public health organizations to engage with the community in planning, priority setting, and constituency building, and the ability of public health agencies to obtain and utilize fiscal resources. I feel that these 5 pillars are extremely important even now. So we find that when you're really looking at a new public health policy for public health emergency disaster management, maybe we may like to review these 5 components and find its relevance in a changing context of the demographic profile and also of the changing context of disasters in the world. I would like to thank this CDC and also NIDM for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Menon, for a very brief presentation covering all aspects of, PHEDM as a systemic approach. And now we move on to our next eminent panelist, Professor Dr. Hem Chandra, who is the Vice Chancellor of Uttarakhand Medical Education University. And he's going to speak on role of academic institutions in PHEDM capacity development. Over to you, Professor Hem Chandra. 7 minutes.
Very good afternoon to ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Chair on dais, Deputy Chairs, and my dear panelists, respected delegates from the different part of the world, and ladies and gentlemen. The responsibility which has been trusted upon me is to basically the role of the institutions for enhancing or the fortifying the PhD-DM programs. The time is very short. I am very thankful for the organizer for having invited me for this panel discussion today. Detail about the public health emergency, medical services, and the disaster has been covered and will be covered within the coming 2-3. I will be confined to my own subject, that is the medical field basically. If you go into the depth, the worst part of the disaster of the public health emergency is the loss of human life and the disability throughout their life. Now the job of the hospitals or the healthcare organization starts from two parts. The number one, the transportation of giving the first time or the first line treatment at the place of the occurrence of the emergency or the disaster. And secondly, at the doorstep of the hospital. Let me tell something background about the basic difference in regards to the medical services, the emergency as isolated and the disaster one. Where in the hospital, nowadays the emergency, built up energy is the essential part of any hospital, may it requires any number of the beds. As a rule of thumb, how many beds should be there in a hospital in an emergency as approximately 10% of the total indoor bed. And usually the emergency is basically the effectiveness and the efficiency is the biggest part, the essence of the emergency services. May it is we going to deal with the disaster or with the public health emergency. At any given time, if it increases, the workload of the emergency increases 10%, that is within the limit of the treatment. But the basic difference lies here with the regular emergencies coming out of from different part to the emergency and the disaster. A disaster is a situation for the medical purpose where a bed capacity or the workload of that particular situation or the structure far exceed with its normal capacity. So that is why we required a management in before. It's not a crisis one, so that crisis cannot be developed at that time. So there is a requirement for the management of the disaster. And the emergency also, disasters, certain areas of the country or the globes are more and more prominent for the disaster purpose. Like in the state of Uttarakhand, it is the earthquake, seismic zones are at many places, and the landslide or the floods, and other situations are also. In regards to the medical emergencies, they are basically the different type of the infections or the communicable disease, like recently we have faced with the COVID-19 and those things. So the role of the medical emergency in India here, the Medical Council of India, now it is called NMC, National Medical Commission, has also included the course curriculum for the medical graduate, that is the emergency services. Initially it was made the mandatory, but now it has been scrapped out, whether you start or not. But emergency services for the hospital, in all the hospitals are essentially required. Now this is the best time that how we are going to strengthen for the public health emergency and the disaster. So for that, a course curriculum are already prepared at many places in India also and worldwide, where we can start the courses, a master's degree or the PG diploma in disaster management or the public health emergencies. This is the right time. In addition to these courses, and I think what I personally feel that nowadays the government has started on 6th of the December, the whole country will be observing live the CPR exercise. Any organization of the country, between 11 to 12 o'clock in daytime on 6th of the December, a video will be telecasted throughout the country, and that will be circulated throughout all the students and all the organizations have been requested for that. So similar type of program we can also go for the countrywide, but in addition to that, In what we personally feel that the National Institute of Disaster Management must start certain courses for that, and the State Institute of Disaster Management must start. I am ready here as a medical institution, as a Vice Chancellor here. We have started the Master in Applied Epidemiology, sir, for your kind information, with the NCDC last year already. The second batch is going on. The university can come forward to start such type of the courses, and the disaster and the public health emergencies are the best example of the coordinated. They are not very simple, I will tell you, because the precious, even a single life is very, very important and the precious for us. And in the disaster and the public health emergencies, it is never like the first come, first service. It is the first, basically, it depends upon the priority depend. That is why we go for the triage. Triage that identifying the condition of the patient while they are being brought to the hospital or being carried out as to whom the first treatment or the resuscitation to be given. They are given the flags like the red, yellow, green, and the black one. So this is the basic of the public health emergency and the disaster management. It has to be prepared, and in course of curriculum of, I think I personally feel from the high school or onward, that public must be aware about the different type of the disaster or the public health emergency which are occurring in their own region. And that is why in due course of time, the different type of the CME, like the conferences or other or symposium or the seminar can be organized in the schools for developing the conscious among the population and the community. So regarding as the treatment part is concerned, I will personally request for the state government and the country and all of them that the emergency services must be strengthened, and the disaster management program or the public health emergency management program can only be developed once you have the full-fledged, functional, effective, and efficient emergency which is already established. If you do not have, then we cannot think about that. Now, this is the best time, I think. We have already observed recent past few days before that the emergency which had arisen, and thanks God and thanks all of the wished by all of you that we got success in that. So it is now the right time we should inculcate such type of the course curriculum where the subjects are not available. At least the familiarization program can be developed for different strata, different group of the community, especially the student, working class, and any part of the society. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you, Professor, and thank you for covering everything within the time limits. Well highlighted the role of the medical institutions in PhDM and capacity development. We'll be very happy from NIDM to discuss with you further what kind of the training gaps are there and to tailor-made the courses for the medical, the students so that they can be better disaster managers when emergency arises. Can we move on to the next now panelist who is there online linked with us, Major General Professor Atul Kotwal, SM, VSM, Executive Director, National Health System Resource Center, NHRSC, on community prepared processes for PhDM. Are you there, Major General Atul Kotwal Sahab? Audio problem sorted out, or again you have to, somebody has to connect him over phone and just a minute, I think we will. Yeah, we are trying to call you, Major General Atul Kotwal. We are just trying to call you over phone. Kindly pick up the call, and we will put it in the speaker mode so that. Yes, you are.
Chairperson and my co-panelists, all the dignitaries in the audience, and all the participants. A very good afternoon to you. About this session, and also, okay,
Can you switch off?
And also I put here. My topic is to cover
system which
the emerging scenarios. The magnitude and all, all the building blocks of the health systems. Okay, but if I unmute my Zoom, there's an echo. Yeah, it is muted only. Zoom se, can I am audible from there?
No, from here.
Try disconnecting.
No, sir, from this mic. Go ahead, sir. We can hear you. Sir, we can hear you.
Should I use my phone or the Zoom?
Phone, sir. Phone and mute your Zoom.
Okay, so I muted the Zoom, but still there's an echo.
Sir, Zoom is probably working. Let's try that.
We are looking at okay. All right. So I think I can switch off the mobile then, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'll come straight to the point that the WHO conventionally mentions about 6 building blocks of health, and COVID-19 has showed the importance, and all the speakers and the panelists here and the dignitaries all are well aware that we need a resilient and a strong health system to deal with any such kind of emergencies in future, and also look at preventive efforts also. And the 6 building blocks conventionally are leadership and governance, the service delivery, health system financing, health workforce, medical products, vaccines and technologies, health information systems. But we need to now sincerely go beyond the 6 building blocks and add the 7th building block, that is the community processes, and also called communitization. So that since Alma Ata, we have been discussing the social mobilization and community participation as essential components of the health system. However, sincere efforts are needed to involve the community in the health system and service delivery. And when we talk of disasters and we talk of any kind of, they may be of any kind as such, we need to involve the community from very beginning. And COVID-19 has reiterated the community engagement requirement to be fundamental component during outbreaks, and the importance to ensure contextually appropriate interventions. And our country showed this in the management of the pandemic at various places wherever community was involved in all aspects. And well implemented community engagement strategies can be used to support designing interventions and also building the trust and community, change the community behavior, involve them in communication, risk communication, surveillance, contact tracing, even logistical and administrative support during public health emergency and disaster prevention and control responses. The last part of previous session where the co-chair mentioned, and that was about development and disaster, some linkages were being talked about, and one of the panelists was trying to refute those linkages. But then again, as the co-chair of the previous panel mentioned, I would reiterate that community participation and involvement, and I would like to explain it that from very beginning of any project, from planning stage onwards, I think will definitely improve the initial siting also, because a lot of community, a lot of those local knowledge is also available with the community, which we experts try to ignore many a times, and also the outcome of the development projects and their ownership as such from very beginning till the end, and also subsequently. And in India, what we are doing in strengthening this community participation, we have Rogi Kalyan Samitis, that's at the district hospital and CHC level. We have Jan Arogya Samitis at the PHC and sub-centers level, which are now being converted, upgraded to health and wellness center. And the new name is Ayushman Arogya Mandirs at PHC and sub-center health and wellness center level. The village health sanitation nutrition committees and Mahila Arogya Samiti at the community level in rural and urban areas. Currently, we have more than 5.56 lakhs of village health sanitation nutrition committees. We have more than 82,000 plus Mahila Arogya Samitis, and they are successfully addressing the barriers and accessibility of health services. But of course, we need to strengthen both the platforms to make them more efficient and more effective. These are the two platforms where intersectoral collaboration can be strengthened from the grassroots level. And this is what going to help us in addressing not only the health in routine as such, what we say in preventive, promotive, curative, rehabilitative and palliative services, and providing the comprehensive primary health care with assured linkages, but also addressing the disasters in future from their prevention to the mitigation and also subsequent recovery and strengthening the entire health system. At the health system facility level, the Jan Arogya Samitis, 68% of the Ayushman Arogya Mandirs, the erstwhile health and wellness centers, 68% of them out of 1,62,000 plus, that is 1,10,000 plus, have already formulated the Jan Arogya Samitis. But then of course we need to go beyond their operationalization. Their operationalization currently, we are looking at the constitution of the committee, minimum one meeting in a month, minimum 10 meetings in a year, and submission of an account statement. But we need to look at the actual involvement of this Jan Arogya Samiti in the Ayushman Arogya Mandir functioning, involving the entire community to understand the needs and also work with the health team as such, which is available at the sub-center Ayushman Arogya Mandir level, and create a platform for collaboration. Even 15 Finance Commission tied grants have also stressed the need for decentralization of primary health care to local bodies and has allocated a significant amount for this purpose. And the local bodies should be actively involved not only in the day-to-day functioning, but also monitoring and some kind of social accountability also. And when we talk about the health system strengthening, we also need to mention about the creation of block public health units and also the district public health labs. But I will just stick my few comments to only block public health unit as such, and how it is important to engage the community more, when the community knows that yes, they have a system where there's a unit at block level, CHC level, which has the curative component, which has the public health surveillance component. It is also a diagnostic component looking at all their diagnostic needs And the moment they visit the nearest health facility, the sample can be transported to the block public health unit, and results could be available within appropriate turnaround time on their phone or internet or through any other means. And so this it's learning from pandemic where the block level facility is upgraded and equipped, because that's what we have to provide to community to involve them and engage them also to ensure the provision of comprehensive primary health care in strengthening the system. So involving community strengthens our system, but we need to strengthen our system in all other aspects also to involve the community more and more. This block health unit will support, supervise, and monitor the existing community-based platforms. They can interact, they can link linkages with the VHSNC and Jan Arogya Samitis in planning and supporting multi-sectoral action on social and environmental determinants of health also. They would also support Jan Arogya Samitis at the Ayushman Arogya Mandir level in facilitating and enabling quality healthcare service in community being responsive to the citizens' needs, which I mentioned earlier. And also any kind of issues arising and escalating any issues which require involvement of the district level committees also. The Rogi Kalyan Samitis, as we all know, at the DH and CHC level, are also a link between the community and the health facility and system as such. So we need to strengthen our community platforms to integrate them seamlessly into the healthcare facilities. The platforms which I already mentioned, they enable as such, just to summarize, intersectoral coordination also, including all other departments addressing the social determinants of health, which are crucial for a concerted and coordinated response to any kind of emergency, not only at the time of emergency, but also for prevention, for planning, and also further improvement purposes as such. Dedicated funding is available from the Government of India for these community processes also. These, which I mentioned, the Jan Arogya Samitis and Ravi Kalyan Samitis and Mahila Arogya Samitis and HSNC, the untied grants are being given, but with their more and more involvement with the health and also getting the community together. And we must not forget our frontline workers like Ashas, who become a link between all this as such. I'm sure we would be able to get the community engaged in all our development projects and addressing all our disaster issues as such. I'll stop here, Mr. Chairperson. I'm ready to answer any subsequent questions subsequently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General Kotwal, for that. And we are very sorry that for some issues here in the connectivity and the sound output, which disrupted your session beginning. Thank you very much. We move on to Dr. Chris Brown, the Director Division of Emergency Operations, Office of the Readiness and Response ORR, U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC. Dr. Chris Brown, the dais is yours now. Please try to be little precise and brief.
Namaste, good afternoon. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me to speak today. I'll try to keep these remarks as brief as possible. Given that some of my co-panelists have covered a bit of the background already, I'll condense to just a few highlights. What I want to talk about today is CDC's work multilaterally with a number of our partners in the public health emergency management space. You'll see that my presentation uses the acronym PHEM, PHEM. I mean something very similar to PHEDM when I say that, so please don't infer that there's a difference there. It means quite similar throughout the presentation. One of my colleagues also provided a bit of a definition of what we mean when we say public health emergency management. So I'll just kind of underscore that that's really an umbrella term for all of the pieces that have to come together in order to bring complex systems into order so that they work effectively when we have to respond to disasters. That's everything from the overarching program that needs to be put into place well ahead of an emergency to the operation and maintenance of a public health emergency operations center or a FEOC, and all of the principles and processes and systems that we rely on as part of this larger umbrella of readiness for disaster response. I'll highlight a couple of things that I think are essentials of PHEM programs, and I will say this: CDC in the US has spent the better part of the last 20 years responding to a multitude of emergencies, both domestically in our own country and globally with our partners around the world. That includes everything from infectious disease outbreaks like Zika and Marburg virus and Ebola and influenza, through hurricanes that affect the US Gulf Coast, earthquakes, other types of natural disasters. And we apply these principles of our FIM program across the all-hazard spectrum. So we're really talking about readiness for and our capacity to respond to all types of emergencies. We generally approach FIM using people, places, and processes as a way to organize how we put into place public health emergency management programs. I often hear the 3 Ps that I'm using described as 3 S's, so staff, systems, and stuff. Those also mean the very same thing if you see those used in other related information on this topic. When I talk about people, what I really mean here is having a well-trained, prepared workforce who knows the types of roles that they're going to have to take on before a response and is ready to perform specific functions when an emergency arises. They're also ready to use processes that enable us to know how to work within the legal frameworks that we must operate in, know how to obtain and execute funding in order to be able to pay for response, mobilize staff, mobilize resources, and do the other things that we need to do. And then getting back to kind of that middle pillar, bringing those all together in the place, or the Public Health Emergency Operations Center, the FEOC, and all of its assets and equipment that enable us to kind of coordinate the processes and the people from within it. That brings me to kind of touching on the benefits of having a standing Public Health Emergency Operations Center, and this is one of the things that CDC works with our partners globally, and I'll touch on some examples specifically from India, given where we are for this conference, but we do this work across Asia, Africa, South America, the Caribbean, even Eastern Europe, so this is really a worldwide approach. But having and standing up a Public Health Emergency Operations Center really gives the operator, the organization, often a national public health institute, the ability to have a place where they can readily scale up emergency response needs when a disaster happens. As you all in the room well know, these are often little notice or no notice events, and we need to be able to readily mobilize processes and people from our Emergency Operations Center, facilitate rapid decision making, and begin communicating so that we're messaging across a response and to partners and to the constituents that we serve. And that's really the reason for the Public Health Emergency Management Program. So how do we do this? CDC's approach generally involves emergency management capacity development that is organized into kind of 4 pillars for capacity building that we focus on in all of our bilateral and multilateral partnerships that we work on. Those touch on workforce development, so again, training and being ready to collaborate among the people who are going to have to implement response actions. Developing systems so that we can work within those legal authorities, understand how to develop and implement risk assessments, be ready with response plans, protocols, and standard operating procedures. The third pillar is infrastructure development. So this is really getting the physical infrastructure into place to be able to establish and operate from a Public Health Emergency Operations Center when an emergency requires. And then lastly, partnerships. And this involves building and maintaining really strong relationships across the entire spectrum of partners who will have to be involved in public health emergency response. And at various levels of organization, so from the smallest local level all the way up to the national and international level, those can look very different, but are equally important up and down the levels of response that some of the other panelists have already touched on just a bit. Just to kind of cover how we go about building capacity with country partners who the US CDC works with, this is really a two-fold approach. So on one side, technical assistance, and this kind of describes the work that we do within countries. We often will work with a country partner both during an emergency to help them organize a response, establish a response structure, figure out how to lean on their plans that they may have already developed and implement objective-based incident action plans to guide response activities. And we'll also provide technical assistance before emergencies happen to help establish those plans, to help train staff, to help figure out how to build up and have ready a public health emergency operations center. That works hand in hand with a fellowship program that CDC also operates, and I'll talk a little bit about the impact of that fellowship on one of the upcoming slides. But really, this is just kind of a program in which we bring staff from all of our global partners who may be interested to Atlanta, where CDC headquarters is, and help them understand and get firsthand experience with how to operate a public health emergency operations center and a public health emergency management program and all of the details that go with it. So over a significant amount of time, 12 weeks, we will spend with fellows teaching them how to manage public health emergency management activities. Generally, our fellows go on to go back to their home ministries of health or other organizations that they come from, and they'll often have significant responsibility in leading future emergency management activities. I mentioned a little bit already about the in-country technical assistance that we provide, but just to make sure that I don't skip over this important piece of this as well, you can see on the slide some examples of some of the types of work that we do in many of the countries where our partners have invited us to come and collaborate with them around building and maintaining capacity for public health emergency preparedness and response. This again includes everything from that core training around incident management systems or incident response systems, all the way through designing and executing tabletop and functional exercises, and helping to share best practices that we've been able to identify and build on in our 2 decades or so of having a robust public health emergency management program, and share that knowledge with partners globally. So a little bit about the impact of the fellowship program that we run. We've had approximately 223 graduates of our program from 57 countries globally. 7 of those are from India, and I'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide. Our alumni, and we've done some evaluation work to help us understand what they've been doing and the successes that they've gone on to have after the program, but they've really held numerous types of roles across different emergencies, all the way up to incident manager level in an incident management system or incident response system, to helping run the operations or liaison work and the many other jobs that have to happen in a well-functioning incident management system structure. We took a look at the types of activities that our alumni were undertaking during the COVID response and found that almost all of the respondents to a survey that we did during the COVID pandemic were engaged in some substantive manner in responding to the COVID pandemic within their home ministries of health. And you can see in the table on the screen that this really spanned a breadth of different types of roles in the incident management systems within their home Ministry of Health or similar organizations. So again, all the way from safety officer, liaison officer, operational work and planning, all the way up to the top of the incident management system structure and serving as the incident manager. So the bottom line here is that this fellowship program is a really valuable tool because it sets staff up to be able to take on these critical roles within their home Ministry of Health incident management system structures when disasters happen. I mentioned that we've had 7 graduates, just to give you an example of some of this coordination with our partners in India. So 7 graduates from the CDC FIM Fellowship Program here in India. We've managed to train staff at all levels of government, so it's not necessarily just at the national level. We've had other levels of government participate, and a number of the alumni were involved in establishing the incident management system for medical operations. For a recent festival, for example, we've had participants involved in COVID-19 activities, work on establishing other strategic health, or the Strategic Health Operations Center, and a number of other important things that have happened in the country recently. This has also helped to develop some sub-national capacity, so I mentioned not just at the national level, but through establishing state and union response centers, there's also additional capacity to respond at lower levels of government as we get closer to the local level where disaster responses often start. So that brings me to the end of the presentation. Thank you for the time for the overview. Just wanted to express our appreciation for the invitation.
Thank you, Dr. Chris. With that, we move on to Dr. Saurabh Goyal, Joint Director, IDSP, NCDC, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Resilient Infrastructure for Surveillance and Response. May I also request Dr. Saurabh Goyal to maybe just 5 to 7 minutes, Dr. Goyal?
Yes, I'll stick to the allotted time.
Yeah.
So, good afternoon, everyone. So, respected chair, delegates on the dais, off the dais, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. So, I will be representing and talking about the Integrated Disease Surveillance Program that is based out of National Center for Disease Control and the Government of India Public Health Institute. So in this ever-evolving landscape of disaster management, the concept of resilient infrastructure takes center stage. The resilient infrastructure entails the development and maintenance of systems, network facilities that facilitate efficient surveillance, data collection, and rapid response to the changing disaster management scenario. Resilient infrastructure not only encompasses the development of infrastructure, but it also consists of a system that has a surge capacity in proportion to the magnitude of the disaster. So basically, NCDC, the National Center for Disease Control, is envisaged as a center par excellence. Can you stop this screen? I think this is distracting. I'm not using this screen. I don't have any presentation. I don't need this screen. I'm doing a presentation. So National Center for Disease Control is envisaged as a center par excellence to give further impetus to the advancement of knowledge in the prevention and control of communicable diseases, with a specific focus on countrywide surveillance of epidemic-prone diseases, outbreak investigations and their containment, referral diagnostic supports, like we are supporting the VRDLs, we are having the district public health laboratories and state referral labs. Then training and workforce development, we are releasing the technical advisories that help states during the various kind of health emergencies, and we are doing applied and operational research. The institute also undertakes the monitoring of outbreaks throughout the country through its integrated disease surveillance program. So basically, integrated disease surveillance program is a real-time disease surveillance mechanism in which we are doing surveillance for 33 plus epidemic-prone diseases. And this system is near real time. All the health facilities, all the laboratories and community can report on this system through the unique user IDs and passwords that have been provided to them. And the first level of administration on this surveillance system is the district surveillance unit. After that, there is a state surveillance unit and a central surveillance unit. And the beauty of the system is that as soon as any data pertaining to any health condition or a health alert is entered by the health personnel, it is immediately available across the entire platform, and all the policymakers and the relevant people can see this data and timely actions can be taken. I can give you an example, like in the recent past, there was a Nipah outbreak in the Kerala. A media alert was picked up by our system through the use of the artificial intelligence. The responsible agencies were alerted, and we were able to deploy a rapid response team within 48 hours, and we were able to control this outbreak well in time. So in this ever-shifting landscape, another concept is the establishment of Public Health Emergency Operations Center. And NCDC is having a Public Health Emergency Operations Center that is functional within its premises. So again, this center served as a command facility during this Nipah virus outbreak, in which, and it offered the emergency response, it offered a systematic and structured approach to managing this disaster response, this outbreak response. So basically, PHEOC is designed to facilitate multi-sectoral, multi-layered, multi-agency coordination in which information sharing and partnership is happening all the times. Such coordination is paramount in the face of myriad stakeholders involved in public health emergency and disaster management. So basically, what we are doing is we are trying to develop and make this system more robust. So I will request all the participants and all the delegates from the other countries that we can take this discussion forward on how we can strengthen the system, how we can make use of the each and other strengths, and we can utilize the system during the times of disaster management. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity for talking about the surveillance.
Thank you very much, Dr. Goel, for giving the perspective of the Government of India, NCDC under IDSP, which is a very, very flagship program of the government. And we have seen how NCDC has done a remarkable work in India during COVID by putting their containment plan into practice. So with that positive note, let us move to our concluding panelist, last panelist, Professor Dr. Narpinder Singh. He is Vice Chancellor of Graphic Era University. Let us give a big hand to him for all the logistics he has supported for this event. He is going to talk on future challenges of food and nutrition security, and also the disaster management dimension of that, which has a very, very significant role related to health, because health is not only disease, it is also a dimension of the nutritional access to the poor and vulnerable, which becomes very important, and they are the one who face the maximum blunt during the disasters. So I think that's a very important dimension of health, promotive health rather.
A very good afternoon to all of you. We are talking about public health issues under emergency conditions, but there are so many other challenges which developing and our country is going to face. When we talk about food security, it means that everybody must have 2,200 kilocalories of energy. But at present, unfortunately, in India as well as in many other countries, people are not getting the sufficient even energy. I'm not talking about the essential nutrient. I am just talking about the calories to live. So at present, if we see, we have about 200, it is in 2020, 189 million people were undernourished, but now we have about 200 million people undernourished in our country. And if we talk about the global hunger index, our country is again under the classification of severely undernourished people, and we follow 27.5, the index under global hunger index. Basically, global hunger index indicate the undernourished people, child who are stunted growth, or child which have the wasting under the age of 5. If we see there is little improvement over the 10, 20 years, but in next 20, 25 years, by 2047, there is a great challenge whether we will be able to provide all the required nutrients to our children, because at present around 50% of the children as well as adolescents, they are either anemic or they don't have the sufficient consumption of iron. So we need to understand that by next 20, 25 years, what is going to happen. So India has the largest population of undernourished people. Like undernutrition leads to stunted growth, and whenever the stunted growth occurs, then at the later stage, even if you improve the nutrition, it is not possible to reverse. So we have to see how we are going to tackle all these problems. Population, urbanization, land for growing crops, water crisis, climate change, non-food use of grains, there are other challenges in front of our country. Throughout the world, at present we have about 8 billion people in the world, and it is also expected to increase next by 2050 to 9.2 billion people. So it means throughout the world, in other developing countries also, the population is going to increase. We have at present about 1,433 million people, and by 2047, we are going to add 300 million people, the present population of USA. So you can see that we need to grow more plants, we need to grow more crops, we have to have better nutrition properties of our food material, and this is another challenge in front of us. Life expectancy has already increased in our country. It's a very good sign. It means the elderly population people will also increase in the next 50 or 66 years in 2025, so it's going to increase. Elderly population was only 24 million in 1961. Now it is expected that we will have 326 million people by 2050. The availability of land in the last 10-20 years has also continuously decreased. Now it has decreased to 0.12 hectares per capita against 0.29 hectares in the world. So of course, if the as already has been mentioned that large number of people, they are getting their employment from the agriculture in India. So India produces around 120 million tons of rice and 109 million of tons of wheat. by 2050, again, 30–40% of this productivity has to be increased for meeting our ever-increasing population. This is the last, since independence, I have shown the data that the pulses we have not been able to increase the productivity of pulses. Of course, through the Green Revolution, we have increased the productivity of wheat and rice. So most of the people, they are getting, the protein from the pulses. Though we are the largest producer of pulses, still there is a problem for meeting the requirement. You see how much productivity has to be increased in case of rice, pulses, maize, egg, and meal. Whether it will be possible, this orange indicate the expected productivity has to be required by 2050. So it is just the percentage increase in the crop production that would be required in all wheat, rice, pulses, maize, and egg and milk. So this is, if we talk about the soil degradation, if you see that our soils are getting severely degraded. If you see, we come under orange, and highly degraded soils are, of course, when we have more productivity, we grow more crops. And like in Canada, they grow only one crop in a year, but we are growing sometimes 2 or 3 crops by rotation on the same piece of land. So naturally, the degradation is occurring at a very faster rate. Water crisis, already we are growing the rice, and 1 kg of rice required about 3,000 to 500 liters of water per kg of rice. And it is, of course, we are exporting the rice at a very low price, and we are not keeping in mind that the resources that are got depleted during the production of rice. So you can see India is, experiencing very worrisome underground decline in water. So underground water is also declining at a very faster rate. We come under a very highly baseline water stress conditions in India. And of course, there will be a crisis of water in coming years. And 54% of India faces high to extremely high water stress. So this is another challenge in front of us. If we see the Peru's asparagus valley, they have been growing the asparagus. It's a very thirsty crop as in case of rice. And now they are also having the same problem as we are going to face because of the cultivation of rice in our country. So climate change is another issue in front of us, because everybody is saying the temperature is increasing. So the productivity has already been decreased in many states in our country. Then there is an issue of greenhouse gas emission. There is a lot of pressure on worldwide that we have to blend bioethanol to the extent of 30%, but nobody is listening that you have to grow the starch-rich crops, right? Of course, because you have to increase the productivity of starch-rich crops like maize, and 80% of the maize is going for the production of eggs and meat. And if we are going to use bioethanol, this maize is being used for bioethanol, then from where we will feed our cattle, poultry, and from where the meat and egg requirement will be met. So arsenic is another problem by cultivation of this rice, because rice, it accumulates arsenic at a very faster rate, right? So this is another reason in front of us that we have to see, or we have to reduce the cultivation of rice. In many countries, rice is being used because it is used as in the infant foods, but they are not. They are stopping to use the rice because of this arsenic problem. Then we are talking about the increase in global temperature, oil, gas production, gas and transmission, coal mines, municipal waste, wastewater, livestock manure, rice paddies. They all contributed to the rise in temperature. So for per gram of protein, you can see how much amount of meat is to be produced. This is the greenhouse gas emission per gram of protein. You can see that the beef and lamb and goat, if we keep on increasing the consumption of more of the animal, then definitely it will contributing more to the greenhouse gas emissions. And that's why the people have started using the meat analogs which are being produced from pulses or other crops. So climate change is going to affect the supply of all these issues because of the less water crisis, less water availability, degradation of these soils. I just give you the example that we have done some study that if there is increase in rise in the temperature at the time of flowering, the productivity of wheat as well as rice decreases, and the quality of the wheat, both wheat and rice, is also affected. This is about some of the data we have generated that productivity is decreased, quality, grain, the morphology also become very hard, and it is very difficult to mill the wheat, whereas in case of rice, there is more brokens are produced. And if we see about the carbon dioxide emission is more, if there is more accumulation of carbon dioxide, of course there is increase in productivity, but you can see in some study they have shown that iron accumulation as well as the zinc accumulation is decreased in case of the major crops which we are. So that's definitely if there is more accumulation of greenhouse gases, there will be more anemic or the iron deficiency may take place. So climate change is affecting, there is also 70% less vitamin B in rice when the carbon dioxide concentration is more. So it means our nutritional properties of our crops, B1, B5, B1, all this is going to affect the nutritional properties of our rice. This is also about the example of, the rice where we have already shown that not only the processing, but also the nutritional property of rice change. If there is change in the temperature at the time of the grain filling, when we need to have a cooler temperature, both in case of wheat and rice, that's why there is already, because millers, they don't want to mill when the temperature, when the rice grown at high temperature and more.
Professor Singh, may I request you to please sum up?
Then there is issue of biofuel, that there is a lot of pressure that more and more biofuel is to be used. And if we are going to use 30% of the biofuel in our gasoline, of course, you need to have more productivity of maize. And this is also another issue. Then there is a conflict at national and international level. And at Russia and Ukraine war has already affected 26 countries. They rely on the productivity of wheat, which is imported from Ukraine. If the conflicts, they continue to occur, then again there is the problem of, you can see the world market share of Ukraine and Russia. You can see in case of barley, maize, sunflower, oil. That's why, because our country is getting most of the oil, sunflower oil from Ukraine. So that's why the prices of the oil
Professor
has
Singh,
also
for the
increased.
food security of the audience, may I request you to please conclude a little early.
So you need to have, in spite of high productivity of pulses, again there is issue that because we have not been able to increase the productivity of all these acts, and we need to know how, of course, we are talking about the management of all these things under the disaster conditions, but how we are going under normal condition, this is also a great challenge. So yield increased by 80% in the last 30 years, but it is unlikely to increase the productivity or duplicate this productivity next year. It is a great challenge to meet the requirement of similar in case of milk and post-harvest problems, food losses, then greenhouse gases, they are all affecting our properties of our materials, and large amount of food is being wasted because of the poor the chain supply and storage conditions, and this has to be keep in mind if we want to. Then there is a problem of junk food. People are inclining towards more junk food. Other countries, 12 countries, they are talking about functional foods, but already we are talking about meeting the requirement of iron deficiency or anemic or other essential nutrients. So this would be the great challenge because of, so this is all about my brief discussion about the challenges of food security. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Singh. So audience, you'll get only food after you complete this session, because so that's on a lighter note. So can we have a quickly one or two questions? You had asked yesterday long questions, so can we be a little fairer to some our people from outside? Yes. If there is a time, let us. People who are from outside, they are baffling with many of the things in India's health system, and they may not. Yeah, second row.
Thank you so much.
Introduce yourself and then question, very precise, pointed question.
Okay, my name is Tobias from Kenya. I would like to ask all panelists to clarify to us and the audience, specifically from Africa, how is the CDC implementing programs in tandem with the government policies, and what measures have been put in place, not only just targeting the public health officers, but also the key stakeholders in government who are policymakers to implement all this that you're talking about. Thank you so much.
You are asking in the context of Africa? In Kenya?
Yeah, I'm asking in the context of Africa, because Kenyan policies and other countries in the continent are all use the same policies.
Yeah.
The policymakers I'm talking about are the members of parliament and the key
Got your
ministerial
question. Dr.
officers.
Chris Brown,
Thank you.
a quick response.
Sure, just briefly, and I'll be happy to talk with you outside of the session, maybe during lunch or a tea break. But the way many of our programs work in country offices, all of the activities are done in close partnership with the Ministry of Health, where CDC works. So in Africa, for example, we have country offices in quite a few countries, and those focus on either global health protection and global health security activities, general public health programs, or more specifically on HIV and TB prevention. So it depends on kind of what funding and what the needs of the particular country are, but all of the work that happens, again, is coordinated very closely with the country and at the invitation of and in partnership with the country. So it's not necessarily just CDC sort of doing things unilaterally. It's a very closely coordinated bilateral or multilateral approach to working with the national government and subnational governments and then partners within the host country. So I hope that helps, but I'll be happy, or my other CDC colleagues, to talk with you after the session.
Preference will be to the our. Who is asking? This one.
Hello. Sir, can I continue?
Can somebody give the? Okay.
Yes, sir. So I just wanted to ask, disasters have a huge impact on mental health, but last checked, I didn't find any particular focus, even in NIDM modules, training modules on mental health, and even in the deliberation that we have here. So considering the estimates, the seriousness of the estimates that we have, and the need for policy deliberations on this aspect, what is the NIDM? And for that matter, all other institutions focusing on emergency public health, what are
Thank you very much for this question. In my talking points, in concluding remark, my first point was this. I was wondering how this girl has got to know that what I'm going to talk about. So in this module, it is not there, because this was, we have a separate division for psychosocial support in NIDM, and we have a faculty, Dr. Rajinder Walia, who is working on this area with demands and many of the national institutions. We have developed certain modules for the psychosocial support, and you can visit NIDM website to find more details on our papers and other things on the psychosocial support. I fully agree, being from psychology, student of psychology former, I cannot agree more with you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll just come back.
I'm Shivram Deshpande, representing Samarthanam Trust for the Disabled. Good to note that, first of all, congratulations to all the speakers. It has horizon my, all the knowledge that I have gained. My question to the speaker are two things. One, when it comes to the capacity building, many medical fraternities are unable to address the needs of people with disabilities during the disaster. For instance, deaf people go to the doctor, or any emergency happens, messages are not properly passed across to the individuals with the speech and hearing impairment. So how state can look into this matter? Second question is, yes, of course, internet, all facilities are available today. E-medicines, everything has, is introduced across the world. But when it comes to the disaster, if anything happens, people with, deaf community find it difficult to understand the messages that are passed in the public domain. I think these two things need to be seriously addressed, and all the capacity building aspect has to be properly included, disability component, how to address the needs of people with disabilities during the disaster. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that question. I'll just like to bring to your kind notice that NIDM has finalized a small module for visually challenged people, and it has gone for validation in the final stage with one of the national institutions for visually, I think this Dehradun institution only, or somewhere it has gone, I'll just check up. So I think another 1 or 2 months we should be able to roll out that. On this 13th October, we also had this year's theme of International Disaster Reduction was fighting inequities, and we had kept the disability mainstreaming DRR for the differently abled or or the challenged people as one of the themes. And Ira Singhal, who is an icon of disabled people in the country, who was 2015 IS topper, she was rejected 3 times in various services on account of disability, and her fight against this continued, and she topped IS in 2015, and she was our chief panelist. We had many institutions from the visualizers, deaf and dumb, that participated. We are also working with Indian Sign Languages Research and Training Center, which is there in Okhla Industrial Estate, New Delhi, to see that how we can have engaged with media and other organizations also to see that the sign languages becomes a part of when the early warning messages are communicated. So it is mainstreamed into that. Thank you very much for bringing that up. And just one quick response from Professor Menon.
I just wanted to bring to your notice that Kerala State Disaster Management Authority had prepared a very strong guideline on the managing disability inclusive disaster risk management, which is also accepted by the National Disaster Management Authority. Very useful instructions to advisories to all state disaster management authorities. I would also like to mention that there are 2 startup companies. One is called Dextroware, DEXTROWARE, which has introduced a device, an assistive device called Mouseware for people suffering from multiple sclerosis and various other diseases which prevent them from using computer laptops and keyboards and all that. So with an assistive device on a cap, you can actually move the sensors. So there are, if you look at the Dextroware website, you will see that. There is also another startup company called Accensible, 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 for deaf people to help them to actually also do education and various other practices to basically improve their quality of life. So there are many others. We will also talk to Samarthanam colleagues because of the work which you're doing there. Thank you.
Just one last information for the other audience also, those who are interested in learning the sign language to help the deaf and dumb. In this September 2023, Government of India, Honorable Minister of State for Social Justice and Empowerment had released a module on 23rd September 2023 on occasion of the Sign Languages Day. And this is a 40-hour engagement content, and course structures, 10 modules are there. And target learners are parents of deaf children, siblings, educators, and anyone interested in acquiring basic communication skills in Indian Sign Languages. So you can go to the Indian Sign Languages Research and Training Institute site, and you can get to know about this module. And I encourage people to join, because people like you and me only can help the deaf and dumb in communicating, because one has to have a hearing sense to learn about the basic science language. This is a very, very important thing. So with that, we are nearing, we don't want to stand between you and your nutritional and food security. One quick, I think she is trying to quickly.
Hello, am I audible?
Very pointed question, no comments.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Rita Savla, representing Radhe Disaster and Education Foundation, and I specialize in physical trauma management and talk about the bleeding and fractures. So today's session, which I was had got feedback and takeaway. So today's session was on public health, and where Dr. Goel and Chris spoke very well on the specifically about the epidemics and pandemic preparedness and communicable diseases. Dr. Hemchandra spoke really well about the post-accident hospital requirement in the terms of a treatment of the patient. But there was absolutely missing because the public health and disaster management covers a wider area. Professor Menon also spoke well about what is before and after and what other people have done it. Dr. Kotwal also spoke a lot about
what is your
community
question?
preparedness.
Everybody has heard who has spoken what. Come to your question.
So my point was that if we are to really want to talk about the public health and disaster management and we have a goal of a preventable death, then we need to be very specific related to preparedness, because every public health preparedness requires different infrastructure, different expertise. So if we could address that way, then probably we'll be justifying the topics and we'll be saving the life.
We have got a very detailed modules on that. 5-tier module we have developed with CDC. We could not bring entire thing on this platform. We'll request you to please go to our website, NIDM website. All the 5 modules are available. 2 of them are released so far, I think.
Yeah.
We have released the 2 of them. 3 are still not yet, launched. We have the national and the state level modules have already been released in this thing, in which the preparedness is a very, very important component. But we take your feedback very seriously, and we'll see that if there is anything lacking.
I have been
if you can review the module and send me a mail that what is exactly gap in that, we will surely address that.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
We are amazed about the interest of all of you for this. But the session is about the preventive, promotive health, so we do not want to affect people. Many of them are middle-aged. So quickly, I think last question, no more questions.
Thank you. Since I Raj from Vision India 2032, I've been handling, assisting rather in the damage assessment and also in planning to rebuild the Sikkim state. My question is this precisely, especially.
Can you introduce yourself first?
Sensei Raj, founder, Vision India 2032. This is the 5th major disaster that I'm assisting in. My question is this, especially with the mountain ecosystems and communities. I see a blaring lack of the mental health systems, psychosocial systems that we have specifically discussed with the NDMA the Monday last. And what would the esteemed panel, of course, recommend in rebuilding plan that we could all work together in collaboration, number 1. And number 2, what are the preventive mechanisms, frameworks that are available and also add on to it that we could implement in? Thank you.
It's a very important area, and I feel that the nodal institution for working in this is the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences in Bangalore. And so we should actually have that opportunity. And we have seen that during the immediate post-tsunami time, the NIMHANS had actually done the trauma care and psychosocial support for a lot of extension workers. And in the health sector, it's Asha, Anganwadi in India, in the Indian context. So there has been a lot of effort in looking at psychosocial care and mental health support for the people affected by disasters and also their families and communities in the neighborhood. Thank you.
So I think we close the question session. We'll continue this discussion. And we are happy that you are so keen on engaging with this. I think I'll cut short my concluding remarks. I'm not going to repeat what our eminent panelists have spoken. Broadly, we have covered, health system related aspects. We have, covered the infrastructure resilience related aspect. We have covered how the different layers of health managers and the first responders need to be made more resilient. We also brought a very good dimension by Professor Narinder Singh about the food and nutrition, which is very, very important in health emergencies and as well as any other disasters. And above all, what is most important is the collaboration. And I think this collaboration is also needed more at the global level, because there is various organizations we are working, and WHO and these organizations have to show a greater leadership to show that how the knowledge and other things related to DRR in public health emergencies and disaster management can work towards the global south, including our African brothers, the countries, the Latin America, India in the G20. Our Honorable Prime Minister has very, very strongly advocated for G20 and India standing for global south, including African countries. So how this gap between the nations in their capacities to both before disaster and after disaster, whether it's a preparedness or any other 3 Rs. So we have to see that. We also acknowledge that certain areas could not be discussed in detail here, but they are very, very important, including the psychosocial support and mental health related aspects of disaster, which there is a Asia Pacific Disaster Mental Health Network, which has been created in 2020, which again is a good platform to capitalize on research and evidence-based research. Multidisciplinarity is required because health is not a biomedical science alone. It has a dimension of social, economic, political, mental health. So many dimensions are there, and we have to see that how multidisciplinary research in public health is where the sociologists, psychologists, economists, nutritionists, and they all come together, and we see health as a holistic framework and not as a biomedical and sickness alone, but also in terms of preventive, promotive, curative, and palliative care. And also see the inclusivity dimension of the access to health, and particularly in disasters, which need to address the issues of accessibility, affordability, and availability of the healthcare system. When we talk about inclusive, it also brings in a very, very dimension which I think we need to further discuss and debate, the high prices of the medicines today globally. And while India respects the patents very much, and we are we never invoke the emergency patent laws, but at the same time we have to think that if the medicines have to be made available globally, accessible to everyone, we need to think about open innovation where people are ready to contribute their innovations for the have-nots of this world. We also need to have more innovative approaches in the medical and health field, because the problems are becoming more complex and the time window is narrowing down for the climate action, and therefore we cannot go as a routine approach. We have to have innovative approaches to handle that. And with that, again, I conclude and say thanks to all of you, and have wonderful further sessions, and enjoy your food. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Now the time has come to extend our gratitude with the mementos and distribution of certificate of appreciation to all our resource person. For that, I would like to call Professor Durgesh Pant, DG UCOS, to present the memento to our chairperson as well as keynote speaker Sri Rajendra Ratno. Give a round of applause. Yes.
It is such a treat always listening to you.
Okay. Rajkumar Negi, ACO Operation of Disaster Management, please present the memento to our panelist, Professor Vinod Chandra Menon. Next, I would like to call Dr. Muzaffar Ahmed, former NDMA member, to present the memento to Professor Hem Chandra, our next panelist. Now I would like to call Dr. Ananda Babu, President and Convener of DMIX, to present the memento to our next three panelists, Dr. Chris Brown, Dr. Saurav Goel, and Professor Narpinder Singh.
Great. Let's give a big round of applause to all the, eminent speakers, panelists, chairs, and everyone else there. Those are virtually also, we will thank them. Just a quick announcement. Our lunch break is already delayed. We have crossed the limits of, time management. Yeah, please. Yeah. Okay. The session itself, take half an hour lunch break from now, and then you can assemble in your sessions. But while you go down, make sure that for this evening, there is no coupon in your bag because there was something else that was announced today, but that's being postponed to tomorrow. So today's dinner coupons, please collect from the ground as you go. And tell also in the other sessions, those who are not here to listen to it, to collect their coupons for dinner this evening. Please have your lunch quickly, and we will assemble in the respective places in 30 minutes from now. There is a group photo and some media bites will be there from the eminent experts. See you all soon in next 30 minutes there.
अस्तुत्तरस्यां दिशि देवात्मा हिमालयो नाम नगाधिराजः पूर्वापरो तोय निधि विग्रहां स्थितः पृथित्या इव मानदण्डः। अनंत काल से पृथ्वी की गरिमा बढ़ाती ये हिमालय पर्वत श्रृंखला और इसके गर्भ में बसी देवभूमि उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड की राजधानी देहरादून में आयोजित हो रही 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट आपदा प्रबंधन की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। पूरे भारत में आयोजित हुए प्री इवेंट्स एवं कॉन्फ्रेंस और देश भर की यूनिवर्सिटीज एवं प्रदेश भर के विद्यालयों ने अपनी भागीदारी देकर उद्घोषणा की। 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक चलने वाले आपदा प्रबंधन के महापर्व की एक ऐसा मंच जहां 50 से ज्यादा देशों के वैज्ञानिक और विशेषज्ञ एकत्रित हुए हैं, जो 4 दिवसीय सम्मेलन के दौरान आयोजित होने वाले 60 से अधिक सेशंस में आपदा प्रबंधन के नए तरीकों पर बात करेंगे और समस्याओं का हल निकालेंगे।
गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे।
अस्तुत्तरस्यां दिशि देवात्मा हिमालयो नाम नगाधिराजः पूर्वापरो तोय निधि विग्रहां स्थितः पृथित्या इव मान